All right, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Boston, Mr. Sharp, good morning, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Manflock, good morning. All right, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. App, good morning. All right, Mr. Ewing, Mr. Matthews Sr., good morning. All right, Mr. Nichols and Mr. Garner, good morning. Oh, and good morning, Mr. Youssef. Mr. Ryan and Mr. Williams, good morning. All right, Mr. Smith, Mr. Uhowski, Mr. Brown, Miss Hilton, good morning. All right, good morning, Miss Knight. Okay. All right, so where we left off on Friday, were some discussions about areas from the January 28th, 2015 interview of Mr. Copeland that you all were looking at. So what updates do you have? Good morning, Mr. Atkins.
Good morning, Ron.
All right.
Good morning, Your Honor. As it relates to the January 28th interviews, I believe that we're in a position to discuss those portions that are in dispute. We believe that it should only be
Do you want to give it to me in the areas or that are in contention? Because I think that Mr. Sharp last week told me that of the 17 areas that you had 4, 9, 11, 14, 15, and 16 in some part.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that still the areas of contention?
4, 5.
I have 4 and 9. I don't have 5 either. I've got 4 and 9, Ms. Hilton. 4, 9, 11, 14 in part, 15 and 16.
Oh. You're correct. I'm sorry. 4, 9. My numbers were off.
Is that correct, Mr. Sharp?
I don't have part of 15.
Oh, you're right. 15, I've got I've scratched it out. So 4, 9, 11, part of 14, and 16.
Yes, sir. That's what I have.
Okay.
Yes, 4, 9, 11, 14, and 16, and parts of 16. And then the defense had redactions as well that the state would need to address.
Okay.
So I can start with the state's version. I don't believe that the court has a copy of the redactions that the defendants had, and I don't know if they have it in an electronic form or not.
All right, well, can we address, just take them by the numbers, and we'll take 4 first, and then I can, then the defendants can identify which parts they believe are in contention, and I just work it that way.
Yes, Your Honor. If you don't mind, I'm going to sit in my seat because I'm going to have to play portions of it.
Yes, ma'am. All right, let me see if I can.
Court indulgence for 1 moment.
For purposes of our discussion, what state's exhibit are you going to name, or have you already named, the January 28, 2015 interview?
This is gonna be 378 Yankee Bravo. 378 Yankee Bravo.
All right.
So, Your Honor, the portion that is in dispute is from 7/22/16 to 7/24/54.
Give it to me again, 7/22/16.
Yes,
To what time?
7/24/54.
All right.
The defense would like 7/22/40 through 7/24 played.
They like 7/22/40 to 7/22 what?
To 7/24 played.
Okay.
The state agrees with portions of that. We agree to play 7/22/40 through 7/23/33.
Okay.
The portion that's in contention is 7/23/33 through 7/24. And I'll play that portion.
I made a suggestion. We just play it's only 2.5 minutes long. We just play the whole thing so we get context, and also my sections are a little different than yours. So I just don't want us to get confused about exactly where we're starting and stopping. So maybe that would add some clarity.
So that was the state's intention, to play the whole portion, but I wanted to give the court the areas that are at issue.
Let's just play the entirety from 7/22/16 to 7/24/54.
And we're going to start at just a little before 7/22/11.
Right.
Like it was that
Yeah.
deep to be trying to kill each other.
Nah, I ain't feel like, why, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, his sister them told me like, yeah, he called him gay and he was talking bad about him to somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where it could have came from. But
So he ain't fucking with him at all.
like he went like he been stopped. But I ain't know. You know, so
So if you was guessing, who you think killed him there? You prime suspect, but move yourself out the equation. Who you think did?
I'll probably say
I'm
that.
just saying, like, word on the street is, you've been tried, convicted within the street.
Now they said two of my other partners was locked up for it, but
Who?
they my head and down. But they ain't have nothing to do
Who
with
was that?
I locked up.
Who was that? Clarence.
I think it's your name. Cause I didn't like Mexican.
Yeah.
They saying they
Head
did.
out though, ain't you? Yeah, head out.
Yeah, head out. They saying they did. You know what I'm saying? They trying to make it
What
like.
do you think? Like, I'm not, what do you think? What do you think happened? Like, real shit.
I think it got something to do with them. I think they did something.
They had another beef somewhere else.
Cause I been hearing stories like Nut's supposed to ran off on somebody with some, you know what I'm saying? But it's just undercover.
Right.
All these on him because I'm with Thug and Birdman,
Right.
and they come back to them.
Right.
So Nut's supposed to ran off on somebody with some, and
Some jury.
I don't know if they didn't say what it was. It's like he's supposed to ran off on them with something, and Rich Homie Quan supposed to give him $50,000 to meet a new plug. Like Rich Homie Quan told me this out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Then Rich Homie Quan like he got $25,000 here, take you. It's like.
And we're going to pause at 7:24. Oh, excuse me. Let me continue to 7:24:54, which is the entire section.
You sure?
Nah, tell you who just got shot the other night.
Oh, in the car over there.
Yeah.
Okay.
He got $25,000 here, take you.
Who did?
This Rich Homie Quan shit. Cause he be telling me. So I'm telling Rich Homie Quan like, but you got these niggas in your house. You the same nigga that showing up my house, bro.
Right.
Rich Homie Quan like, he like, bro, they just look like that, bro. He like, we the same shit. I'm like, but still, bro, you out here helping these niggas this and that. So Rich Homie Quan like, bro, it ain't dead. We the same shit. I just can't turn my back on it. Like, it ain't dead, bro. You supporting these niggas, bro. So the more you support them, the more they gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone, then everything gonna go away.
Yep.
Then you're like, bro, just protect me, bro. We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. How the hell we gonna protect you? You and these niggas out here doing it. Then you're like,
So that's the conclusion of the entirety of the section, Your Honor. The section that the state does not believe needs to be played is 7:23:33 through 7:24, and that's the period, Your Honor, in which Mr. Copeland says he heard that Nuts. He's hearing stories like Nuts supposed to ran off with somebody, you know what I'm saying? And he goes in and says he heard that Nut was supposed to run off with some jewelry. And Your Honor, we believe that that particular portion should not be played, given that it is bad character evidence of the victim. That's a specific act of conduct of the victim, and that is improper under 24-4-405. And it's based in and it's improper character evidence, Your Honor.
Can you,
Play that portion.
I want it before you posture again, Mr. Sharp, let me hear it one more time.
Okay.
You wouldn't mind.
The whole section or just that particular portion?
Just that section. Just let me hear that section, please.
It starts again. I'm going to start at 7:23:30, but it starts at around 7:23:33.
well,
You all hold on.
cause I been hearing stories like.
Chris, are you having issues with your internet? I can't get any of mine. Okay, man, I was having some connectivity issues, so let's try one more time.
Okay.
Why don't you let's play the entirety of it again.
The entirety of it
Okay,
again?
yeah.
We're gonna start just a little before at 7:22:14.
Trying to kill each other. Nah, I ain't feel like, why, you know what I'm saying? But, like I said, the sister them told me, like, yeah, he called him gay, and he was talking bad about him to somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's where it could have came from, but,
So he ain't fucking with him at all.
like, he been stopped. But I ain't know, you know, so.
So if you was gay, who you think killed him now? You prime suspect, but move yourself out the equation. Who you think did it?
I'll probably switch that.
I'm just saying, like, word on the street is, you've been tried, convicted within the street.
Now, they said, two of my other partners was locked up for it, but
Who?
they to my head and doc. Look, they ain't have nothing to do
Who
with
was that?
Doc locked up.
Who was that? Clarence.
I think that's his name. Cause I skin look like a Mexican.
Yeah.
So they saying they
Head out though, ain't he? Yeah, head out.
Yeah, head out. They saying they did. You know what I'm saying? They trying to make it seem
What
like.
you think? Like, I'm not, what do you think? What do you think happened? Like, real shit?
I think it got something to do with them. I think they did something.
They got another beef somewhere else.
Cause I been hearing stories like Nuts supposed to ran off on somebody with some. You know what I'm saying? But it's just undercover.
Right.
I'm just on him because I'm with Thug and Birdman.
Right.
And they come back to them.
Right.
So Nuts supposed to ran off on somebody with some. And
Some jury.
I don't know if they didn't say what it was. It's like he supposed to ran off on them with something. And Rich Homie Quan supposed to give him $50,000 to meet a new plug. Like Rich Homie Quan told me this out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Then Rich Homie Quan like he got $25,000 to have Tay killed. It's like
Hey, from the picture you just showed me?
nah, Tay who just got shot the other night.
Oh, in the car over
Yeah.
there. Okay.
He got $25,000 to have Tay killed.
Who did it?
This Rich Homie Quan shit. Cause he be telling me. So I'm telling Rich Homie Quan like, but you got these niggas in your house. These same niggas that shut up my house, bro.
Right.
Rich Homie Quan like, he like, bro, they just look like that, bro. Like, we the same shit. I'm like, but still, bro, you right here helping these niggas this and that. So Rich Homie Quan like, bro, it ain't dead. We the same shit. I just can't turn my back on it. Like, it ain't dead, bro. You support these niggas, bro. So the more you support them, the more they gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone, then everything gonna go away.
Yeah.
Then you're like, bro, just protect me, bro. We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. How the hell we gonna protect you? You and these niggas out here doing it. Then you're like, so you shot my truck, bro. Oh, that shot your truck. Man, you been, you know what I'm saying? Man, you been around. Like, nah, I'm just asking. You went there like that.
And that's the entirety of the section, Your Honor.
All right.
But again, the portion that the state has concerns with is from 7:23:33 to 7:24, in which Mr. Copeland says he's hearing stories like Nuts supposed to run off with something, you know what I'm saying? And it goes on to say, yeah, Nuts supposed to ran off on somebody with some jewelry. And that's the entire section. Outside of what we agreed that should be redacted.
Okay.
I think it is on.
It's on.
Green light's on.
All right, sir.
So, Judge, appreciate the opportunity to respond. In this section, there's essentially three different portions as far as I can see. The first portion talks about Kenneth Copeland talks about Thug's sister saying that Bloody J said that Thug is gay. Speaking for myself, and I believe I'm speaking for everyone else, but if I'm not, please speak up. I don't think that we have a problem with redacting that. That would be hearsay. From 722, about 33 or 35 maybe, to 724. That is a section that talks about what do you think happened? Or if you were to guess, what would you say happened? and Mr. Copeland gives various theories, head and doc, and then talks about a theory of that he heard from other people. I concede that he heard it from other people, that Nut ran off with, it sounds like he's talking about drugs, ran off on someone and got himself in trouble. The reason that this is important, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, as hearsay would be. It's important because the state's theory in this case is that on January 10th, 2015, late at night, Kenneth Copeland went and picked up Demekion Garlington at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue. And Demekion Garlington told Kenneth Copeland that it was Shannon Stillwell and Diamante Kendrick and Justin Cobb and Demise McMullen in this car that did the shooting. So according to state's theory, on January 10th, 2015, Mr. Copeland has that knowledge on that date. This interview is 18 days later. Presumably, if that were true, that Kenneth Copeland was given that information on January 10th, when investigator Dennis says, Mr. Copeland, what do you think happened? Presumably, if he was given that information on January 10th, that is when he would say, this is what I think happened. I think Shannon Stillwell and Diamante Kendrick and Justin Cobb and Demise McMullen were in a car and they shot Donovan Thomas, if the state's theory is correct. But Kenneth Copeland did not answer it that way. Instead, he said, well, Doc and Head, they may have done it, but I really don't think they did it. And I think it had something to do with Donovan Thomas running off with some money on, a bad drug deal. And that's what I've been hearing. So it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's impeachment of Kenneth Copeland to show that his story that he was told on January 10th is not accurate.
Mr. Copeland's version he gave on January 10th.
Well, he didn't give it on January 10th. He gave, so let me rephrase. Mr. Copeland on June 10th, 2015, after this interview, later says, Demekion Garlington told me this on January 10th. So on June 10th, he says, I was given this information on January 10th. But on January 18th, when he's asked about it, he doesn't say it.
Okay, I see. I see what you're saying.
So that's the purpose of it. It's just like any other impeachment. You had an opportunity to say something and you didn't say it, and now you're saying it on a later date. And now the difference between January 28th and June 10th is on June 10th, all of a sudden, Kenneth Copeland is facing 5 or so felony charges and federal charges, and then all of a sudden he has this information. But on January 28th, when he wasn't facing those charges, he didn't give that information. He said Doc and Head, and I don't know if they did it, and then I think it had something to do with Donovan Thomas running off on a drug deal. So that's why it's important. It's impeachment evidence.
Okay.
And the fact that he did not say it at that time is important, and we need to get out what he said to show that he was responsive and not saying our clients.
All right.
And just to, from 7:24, approximately 7 minutes and 24 seconds, the third part of that.
You said 7:24 to what, sir?
To the end, 7:24:00 to 7:24:54.
Yes, sir.
He's talking about an unrelated thing about Rich Homie Kwan supposedly putting $25,000 on the head of a gentleman named Tay. We agree that that's unrelated, and that I don't know if that's hearsay or not. It's a little unclear, but it's unrelated. So we don't have a problem with 7:24:00 to 7:24:54 coming out.
All right. So
But
do you have any further issue? Do you agree with Mr. Shard about that period? I'm just trying to,
Are we talking about the last portion?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, from
Okay, so you all are in
724.
agreement with that? The court's
Yes.
in agreement with that as well?
Yes.
What about the statement they also, Mr. Shard agrees with, or says that, about Thug's sister said that Blade J said Thug was gay?
Yeah, we agree with that portion as well. It's a very limited portion.
We'll take that out as well, by agreement. So let's hear argument on Mr. Shard's issue of whether or not it's impeachment, just straight out impeachment.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that would be 722, 33, 35 to 724.
Yes, Your Honor. So the state has no issue with the portion up until he talks about Doc being arrested for it. So that portion in which Mr. Copeland says, you know, I heard that Doc and Head were arrested. We don't have an issue with that. The portion that we have an issue with, Your Honor, that we believe should not be played is the portion where specifically he's talking about Nut running off with some jewelry or some drugs. First of all, Copeland never says anything about drugs. We don't even know what this supposed rumor is, right? And so the state's contention is Mr. Copeland says, I heard it was about some jewelry or some drugs. He doesn't even know. And that is bad character evidence as to the victim. So the state's concern with that portion is that it's bad character evidence that's trying to come in using purported specific acts of conduct, which is improper. The only way that character evidence would come in is by reputation or opinion.
Or specific acts.
No, it can't come in through specific acts, and I actually have a case to cite that.
But that's if I only consider it as character. I mean, so the defense is saying that it's impeachment. It could be used for impeachment of Mr. Copeland.
But impeachment is, he did not say in this interview that it was Shannon, Demekian, etc. That portion would be relevant for what happens above, where he says it was Doc and Head. But here he's saying there's a rumor out there that some other people may have done it, but you know, we heard that Nut may have stole some jewelry. That's not specifically talking about any specific person. That's him giving a theory based on a rumor that he heard. So that's why we don't have an issue of the Doc and Head portion coming in, because that could be considered impeachment given what he says later on. We are solely concerned about the portion in which he says, I'm hearing stories like Nut's supposed to have ran off with something. He's not talking about anyone specific, and he's talking about these rumors. And again, that is bad character evidence.
If the defense on cross-examination lays the foundation for, as Mr. Shard said, he has knowledge that Mr. Copeland knew of this earlier, and then on the interview in question, he's saying something that would be different. So if he had knowledge of it and he gave it, that would be impeachment.
If he had knowledge of what?
If he had knowledge beforehand, what they're doing is, I just, from the court's recollection of or just assessment of this, they're working kind of backwards. They know what he said later about what he knew earlier. So that's where the impeachment's coming in. They have a good faith basis to ask him about that. Mr. Sharp, I'm sorry to interrupt you and Mr. Steele, but is that kind of what you're trying to get at?
Absolutely.
All right.
If he had knowledge of it on January 10th, that was his time to say it. He didn't say it, so that suggests to us that he's making it up on June 10th.
But what is the it? Because the fact of
He's making up, what exactly is he making up that's relative to this particular section?
He's making up
This particular section of 732, 33 to 724.
on June 10th, he is asserting that he has knowledge of this, and he's had knowledge since January 10th. And he's asserting that his knowledge is that the four gentlemen in the car, who the four gentlemen in the car was. And if he had knowledge on January 10th,
Why didn't he say it on the 18th?
why didn't he say it on the 18th?
Okay.
But you're right. I think, let me
Or
be
the 28th?
The 28th, I should say.
And let me be clear, the section that we're talking about, the conversation about Doc and head is in this same section. So in the same section between 723:33 and 724, he talks about dock and head, which we agree should come in. In that same section, he also now talks about this rumor of Donovan Thomas stealing some items. That does not directly talk about who killed him. So the dock and head part, we agree with. That's a part of this 723:33 to 724 section. So we agree up until, from 722:40 to 723:33 is where he talks about dock and head. We agree. That can come in.
All right.
That shows right there. He said dock and head on January 28th. Later on in June, he said Shannon, Demikian, and these other individuals. We are specifically talking about a 7-second area between 723:33 and 724, where he's solely talking about hearing rumors that Nutt supposedly ran off with jewelry. That does not directly talk about who killed him. That is him speculating about what theories could have came in as to why he was killed, but it does not directly talk about who killed him. So we think the portion before dock and head, fair game. We are only talking about where he's speculating as to whether or not.
But here's the thing, if he had knowledge of that, or what truly happened, and he's just given another version, I heard that such and such did this during this period of time, that would be impeachment.
But he doesn't even know what happened.
But it says, but it's another version he's told that the jury can decide whether or not he's telling the truth about. Yeah, ordinarily, Ms. Hilton, it would not be admissible. But given what's been proffered so far, I'm going to probably allow it. So, assuming a foundation's laid as to that. But what I've heard so far would indicate that yes, it's another version of what Mr. Copeland may or may not have said. So I'll allow it over your objection. So can we get rid of, we're going to get rid of the things the sister said about Blade J. We're also going to get rid of the 72400 to 72454, the unrelated 25,000. Yes. Okay. All right. Was that it, Mr. Sharp?
For that one.
For that one.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Steele, what section are you want to invite my attention to?
And if we could have it, because we weren't provided this previously, so that we can be prepared for whatever. So if he could just tell us what the section is.
I think he's going to do that right now. Okay.
So I don't agree that these statements get played at all again. So I know what you're doing, but it's over objection because I don't believe it's a prior and consistent statement.
Okay, so you're disagreeing with Mr. Shard about that. You're saying you don't want him played at all.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Because
so I'm clear about that. Okay.
And I've raised this before because the testimony was I probably did. Most of the testimony is I don't remember, but I probably did say that because I was lying to the police. So this is not a prior inconsistent statement. He's saying I probably did say this. So I don't think any of this exercise is appropriate. You've ruled that portions may come in, and that's what we're doing. So without waiving anything.
Okay, sir.
Your Honor, and just for the record, because Mr. Steele bringing it up, I just want to be clear that that's my stance as well about just playing these videos. But
Okay.
when I'm discussing redactions, I'm going on the assumption that you are overruling my objection.
So generally, you object on the basis of it's not impeachment. But since I'm going to rule that it may be impeachment, you'd like these sections played.
Played or not.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So the other factors I want the court to consider is over objection. You have permitted constantly the state to ask Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, and if I'm leaving anyone out, I'm not trying to. So anybody on law enforcement, I think maybe Detective Racy as well, based upon, don't tell me what was said, but based upon your investigation, what did you learn? Or what did you do from what you learned? And did you corroborate that? And I don't know I have no idea where this information came from. And I've asked the court, and I said it's a confrontation clause issue. You've denied it. I have no reports on who they spoke to gather the information that they are now putting to the jury that YSL is a criminal street gang. With Detective Gaither over objection, YSL and the people here are all involved in a criminal street gang, which is the ultimate issue. With that being said, this is a good example of how, and I want to play it for the jury, of how law enforcement gets their information. I want the jurors to be able to see that it's Detective, in this case, Gaither and Detective Dennis. It's the 28th day of January 2015, and they ask, what did you think, who did you think killed Nutt? And then all this conversation flows from that question that the state is trying to keep out, including that Mr. Thomas stole from someone else. And I'm not using it for bad character. Mr. Thomas' bad character is already in evidence. The state brought up that he is the head of a criminal or leader of a criminal street gang. So under 403, which is 24-4-403, it's really specious to say, oh, well, he stole from someone, so that's his character. In addition to that, I disagree respectfully with Mr. Sharp. And I want the false allegation that was made that Rich Homie Kwan put a contract to kill someone for $25,000 up front and then $50,000 thereafter, because it shows another person falsely accused by Mr. Copeland. And if you listen to the whole thing, I think it was cut off, Mr. Copeland says that he actually spoke with Rich Homie Kwan to kind of be the intermediary and to diffuse that situation. So it was redacted by agreement by Mr. Sharp. This court accepted that, and I am objecting to it because I intend to cross-examine this witness, and if he doesn't remember, I'm going to play that portion. And because I'm not saying, and I'll make it clear to Mr. Copeland, I disagree that Rich Homie Kwan, he's a gentleman. I disagree that he committed any type of offense, but this is the exact statement that Mr. Copeland levels against Mr. Williams, that Mr. Williams put a contract out on Mr. Copeland's life, which is untrue as well. So
Okay.
I'm disagreeing. And those times, if you need them, you already removed them.
I think it's, no, it's subject to further argument since you made your issue. So I'm gonna hear them. I'll hear it again and I'll make a decision on it.
But those are my, so
Okay.
I'm not trying to use it for character. I'm not using it for of the alleged victim. I'm not using it for of the victim, the deceased. I'm not using it for any type of I didn't know and it's totally speculative. I'm saying that's how the police did their investigation, that the court through the prosecution has already poisoned the jury with this, word on the street. We did this. We corroborate. Here's how we do it. The person self-admits or we get information. We corroborate. I think that all should never have come into evidence. And this is a perfect example to show how baseless the prosecution cases against Mr. Williams and the other, and how the detectives have not done a proper investigation. So that's why I wanted it. What do you think happened? Here it is, and I want the whole flow. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so let me see if I can get the sum and substance of your argument. Are you saying that particular section of 724.00 to 724.54, that shows another version of the story that Mr. Copeland may have advanced?
And
Okay.
that this is how law enforcement gets their information. This happens to be recorded, but they are out there saying, and I don't know who they spoke with to say, and you let it in over objection. We did investigation. Then don't tell me what the investigation was. The prosecution will come back with, just tell me based upon your investigation under CIAK versus state, you relied on, and one other case that I can't remember right now. But you relied on 2 cases, and I disagreed with the analysis, but that's the rule of your court. So we went forward, but I want to show the jurors now how the police did this investigation, and it's preposterous because all this is a lie. Everything Mr. Copeland said is a lie, yet they're using him as a primary witness against Mr. Williams and others.
Okay. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I believe that case does indicate that, depending upon, since the investigation is an issue that, so I'll hear it again. Okay. All right. Can I hear 72400 to 72454, please?
You got 25,000 here, take killed. It's
Hey, from the picture you just showed me?
Nah, tell you who just got shot the other night.
Oh, in the car over there. Okay.
He got 25,000 here, take killed.
Who did it?
Just reach on the corner shit. Cause he be telling me. So I'm telling Rich on the corner like, bro, you got these niggas in your house. You the same nigga that shooting up my house, bro.
Right.
Rich on the corner like, he like, bro, they just look like that, bro. Like, we the same shit. I'm like, but still, bro, you out here hating these niggas this and that. So Rich on the corner like, bro, it ain't dead. We the same shit. I just can't turn my back on it. Like, it ain't dead, bro. You support these niggas, bro. So the more you support them, the more they gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone, then everything gonna go away.
Yep.
Then you're like, just protect me, bro. We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. How the hell we gonna protect you? You and these niggas out here doing it. Then you're like, so you shot my truck, bro. Oh, that shot your truck. Man, you been, you know what I'm saying? Man, you been around. Like, nah, I'm just asking. You went there like that.
What did he have the 25 on the dude Tay here on?
Say, Jay Daddy got shot.
Hey,
Rico.
Rich on the
Right,
corner.
right, right.
Yeah, barbershop. Just like how they say my name, on Bankhead they say Tay name. They saying Tay did. I know Tay ain't do it. You know what I'm saying? Man, I'm lying and stuff saying Tay did like his mouth. I know Tay ain't do it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Who
The
did?
night before we just at the party.
Yeah, who did it?
Somebody else did some
Spit it out.
I didn't know the name. You know what I'm saying? But it's supposed to be some nigga that had money over there. You know what I'm saying?
Niggas over there got money.
No, I'm talking about Bankhead.
A lot of niggas over there got money.
That's why when I started thinking, I couldn't think of the name, but this nigga supposed to have paid somebody on Johnson Road, one of them streets over there, to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
To kill him and retaliate, to get that Quan? Or to target his daddy?
Like, the same day, we like, I was in the street, I seen Quan crying. I'm like, what's wrong, bro? He need to try to kill my dad. You know what I'm saying? But him and Tate been having problems.
Right.
So that's why he thinking it's Tate.
Right.
Him going through it, him and Tate murder each other. But he don't even know that Tate.
Right.
So how y'all have a problem? But Tate messed with school, but
Mm-hmm.
and they feel like they retaliation. Man, it ain't. But like, I couldn't say that because no matter how many times I tried to speak up for Tate, he always had it in his head. Tate did.
Right.
So like, man, y'all tripping, man.
So that's what that was about the other day.
I called Tate, you know. I was gonna ask Tate, but I had Tate put up on me like probably like Friday or Thursday or Friday. Tate pulled out like, hey, bro, bitch, I'm calling that 25,000 on your head.
Why so much?
He's scared of Tate.
Yeah.
He real scared. He's scared of Tate. So I tell Tate, I'm like, bro, he trying to face my damn. Rich on the corner supposed to go and kill her. You know what I'm saying?
So I heard.
So I'm feeling like that's what he did because the whole time he been having money on Tate's head and he ain't do it. So when you go and demand out, that's what happened. That's on him. You feel what I'm saying? But I ain't talked to Tate. So I don't know how it happened. I don't know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
But I know Tate wasn't messing with nobody. Tate stopped doing whatever he was doing. He just ran around and he trying to be a rapper.
Right.
So I
What did he drive?
Huh?
What did he drive?
A gold charge.
So, damn, so Kevin knocked him off?
Word.
That's basically the word.
Like they saying it's $75,000 heat out on kill hit.
From who?
Some in Pink City, Fort Worth.
What's the name?
And somebody was
All right.
So that's, I believe, the portion that Mr. Steele is referencing. Your Honor, as you see, there's nothing in this section that has to do with the murder of Donovan Thomas at all. He's talking about a conversation that he had with Rich Homie Quan about this $25,000, which has nothing to do with the issue at hand in this case, which is who killed Donovan Thomas.
No, not necessarily. If he's got another version of who may have done what, that's impeachment by contradiction or just straight out impeachment.
But this isn't a version of who killed Donovan Thomas. What they're talking about is who killed.
It doesn't make a difference if he's telling materially different versions of what happened. That potentially is he can be impeached on that.
When you say what happened, what
happened, or how he came to find this information. I mean, if he's given the police different versions of what may have happened.
When you say what may have happened, because what he's
what may
talking
have
about,
happened, what he told them.
But when you say what may have happened, Your Honor, in this portion, he is not talking about the murder of Donovan Thomas. He is talking about Rich Homie Quan's father was shot at in September of 2014. In this particular portion, he is only talking about the fact that Rich Homie Quan thought that an individual named Tay shot Rich Homie Quan's father. This has nothing to do with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Okay. So this isn't him giving a version of facts as to the murder of Donovan Thomas. This portion has nothing to do with the crime of who killed Donovan Thomas on January 10th. What he is talking about is only to Corey Lamar, which is Rich Homie Quan's father. So this would not be relevant to the issue at hand, which is who killed Donovan Thomas.
Okay, so, let me also kind of just ask you to just address this as well, Mr. Steve. You have made this an issue of investigation. I mean, even though it of how the police got there, Mr. Steele wants to challenge that particular issue of the investigation, which arguably he's entitled to do that.
Right. So the information that they got regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas is fair game, but they're not right now. They're getting information about what could potentially be a separate crime, which is not the investigation of Corey Lamar. That's what they're talking about in this section. Now, if he wants to talk about what Kenneth Copeland told them about the murder of Donovan Thomas and their investigation as related to the murder of Donovan Thomas, then he could talk about whatever they did in these interviews regarding whether or not they followed up, whether or not they got the information, they did nothing with it. But as it relates to this portion where he is talking about Rich Homie Quan, Corey Lamar, that has nothing to do with the death of Donovan Thomas. If there's anything else in this video where they're talking about what happened before with Donovan Thomas, then that's fair game, but not this portion right here.
All right.
And we don't know if this $25,000 is true or false. We don't know. So we don't know if it's impeachment because Rich Homie Quan has not testified in this case. So we don't know if this is true or false or not, or if it's impeachment at all. And if Mr. Steele on cross-examination goes into a line of questioning, that's something he may decide to do. But here, as the state's case, we're not going to inject any error in this case by playing a non-relevant portion regarding the death of Donovan Thomas, because this does not have anything to do with the death of Donovan Thomas, this section right here. Now, there's another section that he wants to talk about, but this section from 724:54 to where I stopped at 727:51 has nothing to do with Donovan Thomas's murder.
All right, Madam, I'm going to let Mr. Steele respond. Sir?
This is Mr. Copeland, who is a huge witness, as the court knows, in this case. And he is lying, my word, to law enforcement about Rich Homie Quan conducting a murder for hire. The state wants to say, well, that's irrelevant because it's a murder for hire of a different person, Tay, T-A-Y. My point is, that is the witness. It is a false allegation against another human being to do a murder for hire. The state doesn't get to limit the cross-examination to what they want it to be. And it goes to the investigation of Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, who the court has both found over objection to be experts. And they both talked about their investigation. And they both talked about how they went about their investigation without giving specifics or who they spoke with. I have no idea when they say, based upon our investigation, we learned the following. We learned this. I still rely on my constitutional right to have that information, but I don't have it. And this is a prime example that they get garbage. That's my position. Mr. Copeland may say it's absolutely true. The state was going to call Rich Homie Kwan. His name's Mr. Lamar, Lamar. I guess now they're not. I may call Mr. Rich Homie Kwan after it comes out that, if I need to, that he put a killing on someone else. Mr. Copeland may say, yeah, I was lying to the police, which I have a good faith belief that he was lying to the police. So I need to show the jurors, and the jurors need to see, to collectively understand how the police are going about this investigation and who they're dealing with and who the witnesses are that are giving sworn testimony before the court. So I believe it all comes in.
Okay.
And Your Honor, Mr. Steele would be assuming facts not in evidence. We don't know, because there's no evidence before this jury, because it's not relevant for this issue, whether or not Rich Homie Kwan did or did not do the $25,000 for hire. That there's no evidence before this court, before this jury, to impeach as to that issue.
But I think they have a good faith base to ask it.
But they don't.
It would be one thing if they don't know that, but they do. They have a good faith basis to ask it. He's on cross-examination.
But he's not on cross. He's on direct examination right now.
But they're going to get him on cross.
If they get him on cross and they played at that portion, then that's something different. But right now, for the state to play this portion, it is improper, because we have not discussed at all anything dealing with Mr. DeQuantis Lamar hiring anyone, because that is not relevant to the issue at hand, which is, did YSL kill Donovan Thomas? That is the issue at hand. What happened with Corey Lamar and DeQuantis Lamar is not before this jury. So therefore, at this juncture on direct examination, there's no evidence one way or the other regarding Corey Lamar, because it's not relevant. If they ask him questions on direct and over our objection, the court lets it in, then that's a different conversation on cross-examination. But right now, there's no relevant evidence regarding what happened between DeQuantis Lamar, an individual named Tay, and Corey Lamar. It would be improper, because there's no evidence before this jury regarding those three individuals and any type of murder for hire.
I got you. Okay. All right, give me a minute. I'm going to think about it, okay? Does anybody else have any other objection about this particular segment, which is segment 4, that hasn't been heard as of yet? Mr. Apt?
Just the Harvey rule and joining Mr. Steele and Mr. Shart's objections.
Mr. Matthews? Mr. Garner? Ms. D. Williams? Okay, all right. Okay, I missed anybody? Okay, all right. Give me 5 minutes, and then we'll take a comfort break, and I'll come back and let you know, okay?
You're right, just very quickly, the state does not intend to play them. Now, if they choose to on cross, but these are our redactions that we have propounded. This should not come in, and so we're going to object. I mean, the state would not play this portion. If they choose to, we would object at that particular portion.
Okay. All right. I understand. Okay, we'll be in recess. Deputy Ham? Okay. All right. Okay, the court's had an opportunity to ponder on this particular issue raised by Mr. Steele. I am not going to include the portion from 724.00 to 724.54 in direct. Mr. Steele, however, on cross-examination, believe it's fair game. All right, so you will be able to play it. Just have to identify it, but for those purposes, okay? All right. Anybody else have any other issues as to or discussion as to four? And four again was 722.16 to 724.54. All right, so we'll State, you can go ahead and start working on those edits, okay?
Yeah.
All right. All right, let's cover the next period of contention. That's number 9. What does number 9 go from?
And again, I want to make sure, because I think I want to orient that the list that we're going through now is what the state intends not to play. In section number 9, these are areas in which the defense wants to play. And
Can you tell me first what areas you're not contending to play, and then I can ask the defendants, or if you've got those, which areas the defendants want to play?
so we are not intending to play 748.10
748.10
through 749.30.
through 749.30.
Yes, that's the next section.
Okay.
And so we will not play it. We believe it's bad character of the victim. Again, I will play that portion for the court. And we will be objecting for the defense to play that portion when they get Mr. Copeland on cross-examination.
So you don't want to play it during your examination, Mr. Copeland. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. All right. All right. Let me hear it.
And we're starting a little before at 748.05.
I mean, he come in on here.
Hey, Tate, what you know about not having anybody else knocked off?
I mean, I'm clean, but I don't know too much about it.
What about the boy on Auburn?
Who, Scooter. I heard something, but
What you
it
heard?
wasn't much. It was just like, all that he did on California. Somebody had him killed. That's all I heard. All the Scooter did. Was he robbing folks?
Dude.
But when he's come to the jail, like, I ain't said, but he's always, like, he's paranoid. Yeah. But I ain't know what he was doing. Right. You know what I'm saying? But he was paranoid when he's come to the jail. He be like, so I gotta go. Yeah.
But everybody
They come out of the weed and hit the deal. What the hell wrong with this nigga? Yeah.
Everybody painting him as a saint now.
Huh?
Everybody painting that as a saint. Like,
Yeah, like, it's like people don't like me now. Like, I'm like, college girl. It be that trade, I'm like, it is like, who the dude on Cleveland you was talking about? Some girl, like, damn. I think Neek just got shot. He didn't die, he just got shot. Neek? I don't know his name. But these just pieces I be hearing. You know what I'm saying? But I think I went wrong when I let go. No, like, I like, check.
And so the portion would end at 749.33. But from 748.10 to 749.33, the state does not intend to play.
All right. I'll hear argument from the defense. Anyone? Mr. Sharp?
Your Honor, we don't have any reliable transcripts from this, so I'm going off of my notes. It wasn't clear to me from what was just played, but what I believe what leads into this conversation is Investigator Dennis asking what he knows about Nut getting people knocked off. And that's what leads into the scooter conversation. Now, we believe that this is relevant because not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for Kenneth Copeland's state of mind. Mr. Steele, in opening, strongly suggested at least that Kenneth Copeland is the real killer. Additionally, we know that Kenneth Copeland we've received Brady information. He was lying to investigators for years about this, but he's acknowledged that he in fact stole from Mr. Donovan Thomas, known as Nut, stole a chain, a phone, and other belongings from Mr. Thomas at some point. Mr. Copeland also says in his statements that the Bloods, and with the approval of Donovan Thomas and another gentleman named Mo in prison, put Kenneth Copeland on the menu, meaning he was fair game to kill. The fact that Kenneth Copeland believes, whether it was through hearsay or otherwise, believes that Mr. Thomas has knocked off other people goes to Mr. Copeland's motive to commit this crime. Self-preservation, essentially, that he's going to get knocked off, so he preemptively shoots Nut, or Mr. Thomas, I should say. So we believe that his state of mind at this time and his knowledge, or at least even if it's not firsthand knowledge, his perception, his belief that Mr. Thomas is capable of ordering people's deaths is relevant in this case.
Okay. Ms. Hilton?
Your Honor, for a couple of reasons, there's no good faith basis that Kenneth Copeland murdered Donovan Thomas. Your Honor, a couple things that Mr. Shard said, I'll address. One, in the interviews that Mr. Copeland had with law enforcement, beginning from January 11th all the way to June 10th, one, he has consistently said that he was not near the murder scene at the time of the murder. The phone records support the fact that Mr. Copeland was not near the crime scene at the time of the murder. And when Mr. Copeland talks about the issues that he had during this time period, he has repeatedly said in all of the interviews that he has never had an issue with Nut. Matter of fact, he has repeatedly said that him and Nut were cool, were friends. Well, not friends, but at least cool, cordial to each other. So this idea of having to go into Mr. Copeland's state of mind is not even a proper purpose to bring in the rumors that he has heard about Mr. Thomas doing anything. They're trying to get in backhandedly a some other dude did it defense, in which, one, they would have to affirmatively state that one of these defendants did it. Right now, they're saying they weren't there, they were nowhere near the crime scene, that this did not occur. So there's no evidence that Copeland did it, and he cannot argue that Copeland is the person who did it when there is no evidence to support that assertion. There's none.
Well, doesn't Detective Dennis in this particular interview say that, hey, that you might have done it?
No, he does not say that. What you heard him say in that last person is that's what the rumor says. That is what the rumor is, that you did it. And that is what was happening. There was a rumor out there that Kenneth Copeland did it, hence why Kenneth Copeland's home was getting shot up multiple times. But there was no evidence, because what Kenneth Copeland says to all the police, every interview is, this is where my day was. I woke up at my girlfriend's house. From my girlfriend's house, I went to Mechanicsville. Then I got the phone call from Demekion. I went down to McDonald's. And when I went to McDonald's, I picked up Little D. Now things have changed, because back in 2015, he says that both Little D got into his car and Nard got into his car. Now it's Little D and Shannon. But the fact of the matter, he says at the time of the murder, he was at his girlfriend's house. And that is corroborated by evidence that will come in from his phone records, that at 7:25, I believe, he is nowhere near the murder scene. The phone records further indicate that he is where he says he is at the relevant times. The phone records show him going from his girlfriend's house to Mechanicsville, from Mechanicsville to Cleveland Avenue. That is what his phone records show. So there is no evidence to support this now assertion that defense counsel is making up, that Kenneth Copeland is the person who murdered Donovan Thomas. And they have no evidence that Copeland did that, so legally they cannot argue or even suggest this to the jury. This will be pure, bare speculation based on no evidence at all. So this idea that we're going to throw out this rumor as evidence cannot occur. Secondly, that now we're going to go into his state of mind to show that Kenneth Copeland would have a reason to kill Mr. Thomas isn't true, because there's no evidence to support that. And then I believe Mr. Sharp brought up this meeting that occurred maybe the night before Mr. Thomas died. And what Mr. Copeland says is, I don't think Nut was at that meeting. He never puts Nut at that meeting. He says Mo was on the phone calling from jail. Bloody J was at the meeting. He said someone said Nut might be, but I don't think Nut was there. So at no point in time was Nut a part of the meeting that they're trying to bring forth to the court, that some way, somehow, Nut had a hit out on him, because that isn't true.
All right.
I disagree with some facts. So I respectfully disagree with some facts that Ms. Hilton just put out there. First of all, regarding...
I wasn't finished.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Well, all right.
I'll let her finish.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right.
So additionally, Your Honor, they're trying to bring in, again, bad character of the victim, and it's only admissible if the defendants are saying that they did it and that they were justified in doing it because they know about some specific acts that they did, that the victim did. Here, they're saying that they didn't do it. They don't know who did it. They weren't even around when it happened. So they can't bring in any bad character of the victim when they're not even claiming that they committed the crime. So it would be improper to bring in any bad character of the victim. And that's 24-405, and I have a case, if you can pass me that case. Which will be Muhammad v. State, Mohamud v. State, 297, Georgia 532, which is a 2015 case, which was decided after, once our new evidence rules came in regarding bad character evidence of the victim. I'm sorry?
Mohammed, do you want the citation repeated?
I need it.
Mohammed versus the state 297 Georgia 532, 2015. All right, what's it supposedly indicate?
So if we look at section So in section or division 3 of the opinion,
I'm gonna get to it.
sure, 297, Georgia, 532.
All right, so, all right, I'm in section 2 and 3. What
Yeah, so
section? You said section 3, right?
section 3, Your Honor.
Sorry. All right, okay. I'm with you. I see where it says where Muhammad talks about 24-4-405A.
Yes, Your Honor. And so again, what they're trying to do is improper. We rest on what we just argued to the court.
Okay, all right. And now, if you're done, I'll hear from Mr. Sharp.
I am finished now.
Okay, all right, madam.
And I'll reserve time for any rebuttal, Your Honor.
All right, yes, sir.
Okay, first of all, just to deal with the Muhammad case, and that's essentially Muhammad. We used to call it Chandler evidence. It deals with it deals with in a self-defense case. The Muhammad essentially says that the defendant in a self-defense case has to be aware of the prior, have personal knowledge, or be aware of the past violent acts of the victim for it to be admissible in a self-defense case. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about here today. It has absolutely nothing. They want to cite to a case that deals with a completely different area of the law and then base it on, well, because it doesn't fit this, therefore it's not admissible. We're not talking about self-defense. We're not talking about our client's knowledge of Kenneth or of Donovan Thomas's prior violent acts. We're talking about Kenneth Copeland and his knowledge of Donovan Thomas's violent propensities.
Let me just talk with you about Muhammad. Muhammad indicates that under 405 that generally it makes a distinction from the evidentiary rule set forth in Chandler before the new evidence code took effect. So they're saying now in all proceedings where evidence of character or trait of a person is admissible, proof shall be made by testimony as reputation or by testimony in the form of opinion. So therefore, as a general rule, the character evidence of a victim is limited to reputation or opinion, not specific bad acts.
Well, in that
Mahmoud
in that particular context, Your Honor, and if I was representing Kenneth Copeland, who was once charged with this, by the way, with the murder of Donovan Thomas, he was charged by Detective Thorpe and thrown in jail. So to suggest that we have no evidence, well, the state actually did charge him with the murder. So, but if I was representing Kenneth Copeland, I would be arguing that Kenneth Copeland had personal, and it was a self-defense case. Muhammad would be on point, and we would be duking it out. But I don't represent Kenneth Copeland. I I'm not saying it's a self-defense case. Muhammad has nothing to do with this. This has to do with the state of mind of Kenneth Copeland as another person who was charged with this murder, and his potential knowledge of what he was into by running afoul of Donovan Thomas. Now, a couple things that I disagree with what the state said. State said that Kenneth Copeland said Donovan Thomas was not at the meeting. My recollection of the statement, I just went over it. Initially, he said he wasn't, that Donovan Thomas wasn't present at the meeting. And then he said, no, I think Donovan Thomas was there. He does say Bloody Jay was there. He says Mo was on the phone. But he also puts Donovan Thomas there. Secondly, the idea that the phone records show he was in a different part of Atlanta. Kenneth Copeland's statement puts him at the Green Store, which is maybe 300 yards, 250 yards from the scene of this shooting. Okay? So we're acting like, oh, well, and we know how cell phone records or cell tower data works, and it's not the exact time, and obviously it goes by towers. So my understanding of the cell phone records, and I'm sure we're going to hear expert testimony on it, is it's not nearly clear cut like the state says it is. But Mr. Copeland's own statement puts him at the Green Store. So, which is right there. So, and Your Honor, the other thing is the state can say, oh, well, there's no evidence because Kenneth Copeland repeatedly said he had no issue with Donovan Thomas. Well, on my client's behalf, I guess we had no issue with Donovan Thomas. So I guess the case is just dismissed based on what we say. I mean, that's not really how it works. He said he had no issue with Donovan Thomas. And since those statements were made, he's actually clarified and said, no, I was actually lying when I said all that. And in fact, I stole from Donovan Thomas. And the state handed that over to their credit as Brady material. So, you know, just because an individual says I'm not a suspect doesn't mean they're not a suspect.
Can I ask you a question? Just to address the elephant in the room. Did you say earlier that you did represent Mr. Copeland earlier in these proceedings? Or?
No. I was saying hypothetically.
Okay, all right, okay.
I was saying hypothetically.
I just want to make sure. Okay.
If I was representing Kenneth Copeland on.
Okay, all right. Because you did say that he was charged with a murder, and
he was charged with a murder.
All right. Enough said. Done.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
No elephant in the room. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. No, I want to make sure. All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Sharp, anything else? I'm sorry.
No, Your Honor.
In terms of this. Okay. All right. All right, sir. All right, madam.
So, first thing regarding Mr. Copeland being charged, were the arrest warrants taken out? Yes. However, when the case came to the district attorney's office and we investigated the case, we did not indict him given the evidence that was presented before us. So Mr. Copeland has never been indicted for the murder of Donovan Thomas. Second, Your Honor, looking at 244405A, what the defense is asking you to do meets no exception. And they have not brought to you any case law that says the state of mind of another individual that they are claiming killed someone with no evidence can come in. Like, they have not presented any case law, because this is what they're asking you to do. They're asking you to bring in evidence of the state of mind of someone who they think killed Donovan Thomas with no evidence that that person killed Donovan Thomas. If they have some case law to say that the law allows that, we would like to see it. But according to 244-405, what they're asking you to do meets none of the exceptions in how character evidence of a victim can come in.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have any argument on this particular section? Mr. Steele or anybody else? All right, sir. Go ahead.
was the lawyer in Mr. Muhammad versus State of Georgia, and I agree with Mr. Shart. It's not on point here in this issue. The prosecution keeps saying that there's no evidence that Mr. Copeland killed Mr. Thomas, yet on 4 occasions on the short direct that we had already, the state asked Mr. Copeland whether he killed Mr. Thomas. The jurors don't have to accept his answer. The state has put that ball well in motion. In addition to that, to say that phone records clear Mr. Copeland, phone records are totally going to be in debate, and it's up to the jury. And to say that the state cleared Mr. Copeland and therefore he's not, he's truly not involved in any wrongdoing is preposterous. That's again up to the jury. Mr. Thomas's character is already put in issue. The state did that. They called him the leader of a gang through Detective Gaither and through Detective Dennis. So to now try to close that door when they opened it is inappropriate. And to say that there's no good faith belief, the state sent an email the court was included on where they say that Mr. Copeland said that there's a video with him included. I believe him included. If I'm wrong, I have to refresh my memory. Saying that he killed Mr. Thomas. And the state's asking for the defense to give them the video, which I'm not going to give to them until I use it, if I choose to use it in my case on cross. So, you know, I don't understand there's no good faith. So with all that being said, you then go into what is the real relevance of this? And it's the same thing that the court that I argued earlier, and the court agreed, seemingly agreed. It's how the police did their investigation. Detective Dennis said, and I quote, "You, to Mr. Copeland, we just heard it, you are the prime suspect, but pull yourself out of the equation." That's how we got here. That's how this prime witness got to be the prime witness. He is making up statements against Mr. Williams and others. And I believe that everything that he said based upon his lies, I'm not saying Mr. Thomas had anyone killed or put a hit on anyone. It's the same thing as Rich Homie Kwan. It's another false allegation by Mr. Copeland. The jurors get to see, because I'm asserting that Mr. Copeland made false allegations against Mr. Williams and others. So that's why I believe that it's relevant. And the state shouldn't be able to just say to the court, well, we are God, and we decide that Mr. Copeland had nothing to do with it, therefore these statements don't come in. That is for the jury to determine.
All right.
Your Honor, again, if you listen to what Mr. Copeland says, he doesn't say Mr. Thomas had someone killed. He says, this is what I heard. This is the rumor that is out here. I don't know about that, but this is what I'm hearing. So again, Mr. Copeland has never said that Mr. Thomas did anything. This is a rumor, and yet we still don't have a case law that allows what they're trying to have the court do. There is no exception to bring in what they're trying to do, which is a specific act to show the character of Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, if they're trying to bring a character, it has to come through reputation or pity. That's first and foremost.
I don't think it's character. I think what they're trying to do is just impeach him. And they're trying to impeach him on the issue of whether or not he has told another falsehood or discrepancy. And they're also trying to bring in, in fact, from the interview of the police and how they asked him about this particular person.
So, Your Honor, this would be a collateral issue because, again, whatever happened with this rumor of a killing of someone else is collateral to whether or not Kenneth Copeland or anyone else killed Donovan Thomas. What we're here for is the question of fact is, did the individuals charged have something to do with the murder of Donovan Thomas? What they are asking for you to bring in is him is Mr. Copeland talking to police about a rumor he heard in the street. Again, if they're trying to impeach him on a collateral issue, that's a collateral matter, and it's not allowed. And there is no evidence one way or the other, again, before this jury to even impeach him on that particular portion of his interview.
Play it again, please, ma'am.
Sure.
Why don't you play 748, 10 or thereabouts to 749:33.
Okay. I'm going to start a little bit earlier at 7:48:06.
All right.
Hey, Faith, what you know about nothing happened to anybody else not though?
I mean, on Cleveland, but I don't know too much about it.
What about the boy on Auburn?
Who, Scooter. I heard something, but it wasn't much. It was just like, all that he did on California. Somebody had him killed. That's all I heard. All the Scooter did. Because he robbed folks. But when he was coming to the jail, like he paranoid. Yeah. But I ain't know what he was doing. Right. You know what I'm saying? But he was paranoid when he was coming to the jail. He was like, so I gotta go. Yeah.
But everybody
they come out of the weed and hit the jail. What the hell wrong with these niggas? Yeah.
Everybody painted him as a saint now.
Huh?
Everybody painted that as a saint.
It's a lot of people don't like me now. But I'm like, college girl. They did that trade, I'm like. It is like, who the dude on Cleveland you was talking about? Some girl, like, damn. I think Neek just got shot. He didn't die, he just got shot. Neek? I don't know his name. But these are pieces I be hearing. You know what I'm saying? But I think I want.
So, Your Honor, like he says here, it's just pieces I be hearing. He never said that Nut did anything. And when it came to talking about the individual by the name of Scooter, he said all that he did talking about Scooter came up on him, and we heard that someone had him killed. He's not talking about Mr. Thomas. He's not talking about him at all. What he's saying, whatever Scooter has done in his past caught up to him and got him killed. And then when he further talks about, they ask him again, what do you know about Cleveland? He says, I don't know. These are just the pieces I be hearing. So again, he's relaying to them rumors that he has heard in the street based upon the question that they asked him. And looking at Carlson's on impeachment by contradiction, where it says a witness may be impeached by contradiction in several ways. If you call another witness or introduce other extrinsic contradicting evidence, generally speaking, the admission of extrinsic evidence for contradiction impeachment is restricted to non-collateral matters.
Wouldn't it be collateral whether or not he killed Mr. Thomas?
No, Your Honor.
But you all asked about that on direct. You all asked about that on direct, okay? That's a material matter. That's not a collateral matter.
But listen, Your Honor, what they asked him is, do you know about not knocking anyone else off? That has nothing to do with whether Kenneth Copeland killed Donovan Thomas. They're asking him, do you know about any other people he done killed that he might have killed? And he's saying, I don't know much about that. He says, your boy on Cleveland. He said, I don't know too much about that. And then they asked him, what about the boy on Auburn? And he says, Scooter. And then he says, all he did, meaning Scooter, came up on him and someone had him killed. He's not talking about Mr. Thomas. He doesn't know who had him killed. Then further, when they go back to Cleveland Avenue and they're asking again about the Cleveland Avenue thing, he says, I'm just hearing pieces of it. I don't know. So at no point does Mr. Copeland says, I know Donovan Thomas did this or this. He's saying these are the rumors that I hear. So again, they're not trying to bring this in for Mr. Copeland's state of mind. They want to bring it in to show bad character. And that is collateral to, did these individuals kill Donovan Thomas, and did Kenneth Copeland say something contradictory to what these individuals killing Donovan Thomas?
Okay. All right, man. Okay.
Your Honor, if we wanted to bring it for bad character, there's a lot more low-hanging fruit that we'd be aiming at. And furthermore, the state, regarding character, the state has asked people about him buying haircuts and what kind of guy he is.
Thomas.
Mr. Thomas, about buying haircuts and what kind of guy he is. And, oh, he was a great guy. You know, he'd show up and we'd also start smoking marijuana and everyone would be happy. And I don't know if that impressed the jury, but the intent was, oh, he's a great guy. So character has been placed at issue, but we're not going after character. Whether Mr. Copeland killed Donovan Thomas is clearly material. Mr. Copeland's motive to kill Donovan Thomas is clearly material. We have to remember, Mr. Copeland has stolen from Donovan Thomas. Mr. Copeland has been put on the menu, quote unquote, at a meeting a couple days before where Mr. Donovan Thomas and his associates were present. So now to say that Mr. Copeland's belief and or knowledge, whether it's through hearsay, through rumors or whatever, his belief that Mr. Thomas follows through, of course that's relevant. Of course that's relevant.
Again, he's saying he does not know if he did it. I think we'd be in the same predicament even if he said, I know this happened, but he says, I don't know what happened. I have no idea. And yet they want to bring in the state of mind of Mr. Copeland.
Okay, let's not talk about state of mind. I think it comes in just for impeachment, okay? State of mind is, I haven't heard any case law in that respect, but impeachment?
But impeachment as to what, Your Honor? Because they're saying it's impeachment to what? Because this is not contradictory to him saying that these individuals killed Mr. Thomas.
As Mr. Steele brought up earlier, you brought up, at least as he indicates, a few times that did our current witness kill Nut, okay? Whether or not that's true or not, you know, if there's a foundation for that to be asked, they can ask it.
Right, but what they're trying to get into is whether or not Mr. Thomas killed someone. That's not impeachment to that question. What Mr. Thomas may or may not have done does not directly impeach the question of Mr. Copeland did not kill Donovan Thomas. So that's what I'm trying to ask. What is the impeachment?
I got you. Mr. Sharp, do you have any case law, since you're saying in state of mind or anything like that? I understand what Mr. Steele's saying, and that may be... Does anybody have any type of transcript I can take a look at what was said? I can parse it out.
We have a rough transcript, but it's...
I'll look at the defense. If you got a version and the state's got a version, I need to kind of see what's actually said in writing because it's hard for me to kind of listen to it.
I can resend I believe the court may have a copy of it, but I'll resend it to you.
What do you mean? In
Copy of the
this
transfer.
ubiquitous Dropbox that I never accessed?
No, we
Okay.
emailed it when we emailed the redactions, but I'll re-forward it to you, Your Honor.
As long as you please re-forward it to everyone. So,
We can give
okay.
you a copy of the one of this.
Can I see it?
Yes.
Ms. Knight, do me a favor and show that to Mr. Sharp, please. And Mr. Sharp, do you have a version you'd like for me to look at?
I'm trying to find it. We have different timestamps because it's based on different videos. So I'm working on that.
Excuse me.
Ms. Hill,
Yes, sir.
could you tell me what page
Sure. It's going to be
on yours?
starting at page 134, line 1. Through 137, line 7.
Judge, what we have on our side doesn't add any more clarity, and it has quite honestly, a bunch of my notes from what I heard on it. So if you want that, I can give it to you, but.
I don't want to look at your work product necessarily. I just want to kind of want to look at.
Both transcripts have a lot of unintelligible.
What pages? Okay, I have in my possession states 378 Yankee Bravo 2. Okay. Which pages am I looking at?
It'll be page 134, beginning at line 1. Going through page 137, line 7.
I tell you what I'll do. Mr. Sharp, you said it goes from 134 line 1 to 137 line 7. All right, Mr. Sharp, what I'm going to do is I'm going to listen to this. I'm going to listen to it. I'm going to follow the transcript, and then I'm going to take your copy. I'm going to listen to it again and follow it again. To see, okay? Just to see if there's any more clarity or granularity, okay?
I'll let you look at my copy, but I don't think.
Only if you want me to.
It is fine.
Only if you want me to. Okay. All right. Just so I make sure I hear. I try and get everything. All right. So go ahead and play from the video audio recording from 134 to 137.
Hey, Tate, what you know about Nut having anybody else not though?
Nigga on Cleveland, but I don't know too much about it.
What about the boy on Auburn?
Who, Scooter. I heard something, but I heard something, but it wasn't much. It was just like, all that he did on California. Somebody had him killed. That's all I heard. All the Scooter did. Cause he was robbing folks. But when he's come to the jail, like, I ain't shit, but he's always, like, he's paranoid. Yeah. But I ain't know what he was doing. Right. You know what I'm saying? But he was paranoid when he's come to the jail. He be like, so I gotta go. Yeah.
But everybody
just come out of the weed and hit the deal. What the hell wrong with these niggas? Yeah.
Everybody painting him as a saint now.
Huh?
Everybody painting Nut as a saint. Like,
yeah, like it's like people don't like me now. Like, I might call a girl. It's that trade, I'm like. It's here, like, who the dude on Cleveland you was talking about? Some girl, like, it's damn. I think Neek got shot. He didn't die, he just got shot. Neek? I don't know his name. But these just pieces I be hearing. You know what I'm saying? But I think I went wrong when I let her know, like, I check the car on the phone. You know what I'm saying?
So I ended at 7:49. I'm just saying that one time. Ended at 7:49:38.
All right. Much like the court's determination on 4, the state's not going to be required to play it in their examination. The section between 748.10 and 749.30.33, but it can be played on cross-examination.
We believe that it's inadmissible, but we'll exact again at the appropriate time.
Assuming that but based upon what's been proffered so far by counsels for the defense, depending upon how it's if its foundation is properly laid, I'm going to say it's probably going to be able to be played for impeachment. So that's my ruling at this time, but subject to my hearing. It can be subject to other things that may develop. Okay. All right. Okay, I'll give you back this, or unless I need to keep it for the time being.
For the time being.
Okay, all right, I'll keep it. Okay, all right. The next area of contention is 11. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Your Honor, 11.
First, tell me what section of this interview is number 11.
Number 11 is page 752.26 through
Page 7.
I'm sorry. The timestamp is
Timestamp, okay.
Is 752.26
752.26
to 757.24.
757.24.
Yes.
Okay.
And in the transcript, it's page 143, line 10 through page 155, line 20.
Okay.
is the section Mr. Shard and I talked about yesterday. We will pay this entire section except for 754.40 through
754.40
through 756.33. And the reason why we do not want to play that section is Mr. Copeland tells the police where his family lives across like the city, and we don't think that that portion is relevant. But other than that, we would play everything else except for the section where she's talking about where his family lives.
Is it they give addresses or do they give just generalized areas?
Both. I mean, some he gives specific addresses, some it's generalized areas, but it's not relevant where his family stays.
Mr. Sharp?
Could we just play that 2-minute section just to make sure we're all on the same page?
I do not want to play that out loud, so if they want to play it themselves, but I do not want, my whole purpose of not wanting to play this so that it doesn't get publicized.
Can you all let me hear it?
Sure, I have some earphones.
I tell you what, why don't you all, let's do this. Why don't you all listen to it, those that wish to, and then let me listen to it. And then we can have further discussion if necessary. If you all agree that it's, then I may not need to listen to it. So I'll let you all kind of work that out. Ms. Hilton, are you trying to find or Ms. Knight, are you trying to find that particular location?
No, I have headphones.
Why don't you all listen to it first with the defense, okay?
I think they listen to it now.
Yes, sir.
We've had an opportunity to review that excerpt, and we don't have any problem with that being redacted. We think that's appropriate.
Okay, so from 75440 to 75633, when he talks about where he lives and the addresses of his relatives, we're gonna cut
Yes,
all
sir.
that out.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Is the state gonna play the rest of it?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Short, any objection or any other defense counsel objection to the balance of it being played? Now, and the balance meaning from 75226 to 75724, other than 75440 to 5633, which is the addresses and of the witnesses and his relatives.
We're just good with the state's redactions right now. I'd have to cross-reference our redactions, but I don't believe we have any on that particular area.
All right, okay.
Well, and then
But you still object generally on the basis of it not being proper impeachment and for the grounds that you've already stated. So I'll make that a continuing objection.
thank you.
On behalf of all defendants. Okay, any other, can we move to 14, and there's a part of 14, as I understand, that you all disagree with. Is that correct?
Correct. Based upon what the defense counsel has provided, my understanding is they were okay with us not playing majority of that section. The only portion that they wanted in was from 845.12 to 847.34.
All right, tell me first what's 14.
Sure. 14 is the entirety of the section is 844.05
844.05
through 847.34.
847.44?
34.
34. Okay.
And the defense wants to play 845.12
845.12
through 847.34.
through 847.34.
Yes. And again, the state does not intend to play it. If the defense chooses to at theirs, we would object to relevance.
Can I hear it to begin with, please?
Yes.
And then I'll let any defense counsel who wish to respond to it. But let me hear it first.
I'm just going to start at 844, Your Honor.
Man, so you come around, there's a lot of playing going on. Everybody playing, right?
We got
Yeah. He not gay as in.
Jay.
Yeah, but he gay as with a drag queen, so yeah, he gay. He what? Yeah. But not too many people don't know
Stop for a second.
That happens with Thug Out.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what transcript references?
Sure. So this is going to be page 242, line 22. And Your Honor, kind of given some of the material that they're discussing, can we give it to you to listen to without it being broadcast?
First, give me the rest of the transcript.
Sure, I'm sorry.
242, line 22 to which?
Through page 247, line 1.
Excuse me. Okay, Mr. Shard, anybody else you want? I've read the particular transcript pages as the state gave me. Do you wish for me to hear the audio, or is there any other argument as to what, do you want me to play? Do you want it to be included as part of the?
Can I offer what I believe it discusses? I mean.
Yes, you certainly may.
Okay, just so we're on the same page.
Yes.
So.
This entirety is 844.05 to 847.34. It's kind of three different discussions. First is about the sexual proclivities of Mr. Winfrey. We agree, we would concur that that does not come in.
And Your Honor, that's going to be from page 244, line 3. I'm sorry, let me go back. Okay, I'm sorry. That would start at page 242, line 22, through page 244, line 19.
So you all are in agreement that that particular part is not going to be played?
Yes, sir.
Will be excised?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, I apologize. Page 244 to line 6.
Not line 19?
Not line 19, but line 6.
All right. Okay. And what's the second part, Mr. Shard?
It's the investigator Dennis continues to ask Mr. Copeland about the sexual proclivities of Mr. Brian Williams, who has also been referred to as Birdman. That's the second part. And then the third part.
Hold on 1 second.
Yep. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So number 2 is the purported sexual proclivities of Mr. Brian Birdman Williams, right? And what is that? What pages of transcript does that come from?
That's page 244, line 6, through page 244, line 22.
And just to be clear, there's nothing particularly shocking in the answer that Mr. Copeland gives regarding that gentleman. Just so we're clear. And then.
All right. So does the state, do you wish for it to be?
I do, because it adds context to what comes next, which is the third part is the sexual proclivities of Mr. Jeffrey Williams. And
Well, I thought we talked about that already. I thought
no, that was about Mr. Winfrey, the first
Mr.
part.
Winfrey. I thought you said Mr. Wayne. Okay,
I'm sorry, Mr. Winfrey was the first
Winfrey
part.
is the first part.
Yes,
That
sir.
is from page 242, line 22 to 244, line 6. So it's Mr. Winfrey, not Mr. Williams.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So the third section is now the sexual proclivities of who?
Jeffrey Williams.
Of
So
Jeffrey
there's a
Williams.
Winfrey and then there's two Williams. Brian Williams, then Jeffrey Williams. And
Is he talking about one or the other or both?
the first part, he's talking about after Winfrey, they talk about Birdman.
Okay, yes.
Nothing particularly shocking is revealed. I know we're not playing this, but I feel the need to say that nothing shocking is revealed. And then after that, which again adds context to getting to Mr. Jeffrey Williams, and Investigator Dennis seems to be very interested if Mr. Jeffrey Williams is gay. And it leads to Mr. Copeland explaining that Mr. Williams is not gay, is definitely not gay, why he feels Mr. Williams is not gay, but more importantly, I mean, I'm not really interested in sexuality in and of itself, but what Mr. Investigator Dennis is asking, well, he wears a dress, he, wears these skinny clothes, and Mr. Copeland indicates that it's marketing. It's all about marketing. And he does these things to get attention and further his career, which we think is very relevant in this case. It's been one of the central themes that and I'm speaking on behalf of the defense here, but this has been one of the central themes of Mr. Steele's defense. And, the state has brought in many different videos that they say show Mr. Williams doing certain things, and the response has been, well, he's instructed to do certain things. That doesn't mean that's his true self. And this is another example of Mr. Williams dressing in certain ways, doing certain things. And this isn't me saying this. I'm not the one here drawing connections between wearing a dress and sexuality and all that. Let me just be clear. That's Investigator Dennis doing that. He's saying, well, you're saying he's not gay, he's wearing a dress, and then Mr. Copeland says, well, the reason he does that is for marketing. It's to get attention. And so we think that's very relevant, and so we would ask that those parts come in. It's different from Mr. Winfrey, because Mr. Winfrey's not a rapper. Or at least not a well-known rapper. So Mr. Winfrey, and Mr. Winfrey's section are actually talking about actual sex acts as opposed to the portrayal you give to the public.
So you're not in disagreement that should be out. That I'm talking about Mr. Winfrey.
Winfrey out.
Okay, but you do want to be the section played in regards to Mr. Brian Birdman Williams. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, because it adds context, and he's a performer as well. And
you also want to play the discussion about Mr. Williams.
Jeffrey Williams.
Jeffrey Williams.
Yes, sir.
And what transcript pages are those, madam?
For Mr. Williams.
Jeffrey Williams, yes, ma'am.
Yes, it's going to be page 245.
Page 245.
Line 1 through page 246. Excuse me. Through page 247. Line 9.
All right. Okay. Anybody else wish to be heard? Mr. Steele, anybody?
I would like that to be played for those reasons.
In regards to Mr. Brian Williams and Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
Yes, it goes to my defense. The state was allowed to get in Mr. Williams 5 stars, Mr. Williams using blood signs, a child using a blood sign in a music video, Mr. Williams standing with people saying things about sex, money, murder, and all of that is for marketing, and it's discussed there, and the detectives know it. They were told that. So based upon the way the state has tried the case and saying that what did your investigation reveal, I would want to show that this is what their investigation revealed, and they have ignored it in their testimony before the jury, and that Mr. Copeland is aware of it, and he parlayed that to the prosecution's lead detectives. So I believe that it's relevant.
Okay. All right. Ms. Hilton?
Yeah, so I guess now that this part of the transcript is true versus the other portion of the transcripts being false. So, Your Honor, what defense counsel is asking to be put into evidence is not relevant. Whether or not Brian Williams may or may not be gay has no relevance to whether or not the individuals charged with killing Donovan Thomas killed Donovan Thomas. There's no relevance to that. Furthermore, the marketing scheme or the marketing tool that Mr. Jeffrey Williams may have used in order to say he was or was not gay has no relevance to who killed Donovan Thomas. Your Honor, there's nothing about whether or not Mr. Williams was using people thinking he's gay as a marketing tool has no bearing on the trial before us, which is whether or not they killed Donovan Thomas. Now, Your Honor, Mr. Steele once talked about the evidence that has come forth about Mr. Williams being part of sex, money, murder, Mr. Williams being a part of a gang. Now, if Mr. Copeland was saying he says being in a gang is a marketing tool, then we might be in a different conversation. If Woody in this interview, or excuse me, Mr. Copeland in this interview said, he says all this gang stuff because that's marketing, different conversation. But he's talking about whether or not he uses being gay as a marketing tool. That is not relevant to what is happening in this trial. If Mr. Copeland would have said, he's not really a gang member, he just says that to market himself, different. If Mr. Copeland would have said, hey, he doesn't really have guns, they are all fake in the video, different conversation. But the fact that he says he's not really gay, it's a marketing tool, is not relevant at all. Has no bearing on the issue at hand. Therefore, Your Honor, it should not be played. It is not relevant. And we're not playing it, and we're asking the defense tries to play it, that it's inadmissible. It's not relevant for the issue at hand.
Mr. Steele and Mr. Shard, assuming you can frame the questions correctly, I'll let you ask them on cross. Okay? All right. All right, so that's 14. All right, and I think we have 16, is that correct?
Yes, that's the last
Okay.
for the state.
Okay, all right. We're going to take up this, and then we'll take a short lunch break, and then defense, if you've got your parts marked or any other sections you want me to consider, I'll hear those at that point in time, okay? All right. So 16, what's 16 go from?
It goes in from 906:37
906:37
through 917:20.
through 917:20.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And it's page 274, line 14, through page 291, line 20.
Okay. All right.
And the defense wants in 907:35
907:35
through 907:40, and also 908:12 through 910:50.
Okay. All right, so the defense wants in 907:35 through 907:40, and then 908:12 through 910:50. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Any argument on the issue?
Can I just make a suggestion?
Sure.
Since the disputed times are so close to the beginning of this, we just play it from 906:37, and then we'll get within a minute get to our first issue. So we just have context.
And I would ask, we can play from 906 to 913 because I think that's the entirety of the section.
Okay.
You said you're going to play 906
To 913.
to 913, about 7 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, go ahead. And you said that starts at page 274?
Yes, Your Honor. And it's going to start at 906:30.
Be like, I'm on my way down. Let me get dressed. And then we gotta come.
They say this is what I did, but it probably don't be true no more. But Lucha was having the guns at his house, and Kevin was staying at this house. This came retrieved.
But what house?
Lucha got the guns. Lucha got the guns put up for them. And
At his mama house?
I don't know what house it is. It's a picture of them. It's a video of them shooting pool. You know what I'm saying? Whatever house, Lucy kept hiding the guns. And Kel them standing over here. So whenever they do it, they go get guns for Lucy, then they come.
But Lucha don't stay in the hood. What, he got like a nice house somewhere? Yeah.
And then that was then now that was before that.
Mm-hmm.
Now that Rich Homie buying the guns for them.
He got me confused.
It's true.
I ain't saying you ain't telling the truth. Rich only got me confused.
But they show y'all right there. I ain't got no push. I ain't doing it. You know what I'm saying? Because throwing Rich on the corner, it's still cool.
Right.
And I'm right there. I'm right there in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Right there we reach on the corner, right there we talk. Hey, and guess what? Rich on the corner come talk to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he's saying he got to do certain stuff because he's blood. But Rich on the corner, he want to get out, but he's scared. Bro, you want to get out, tell him you done, walk away. You're a fucking millionaire, bro. What you need nigga do to you?
Yeah.
So I told him. You know what I'm saying? You gotta join this shit for protection, bro. You gotta stop on your own. And that's what I told him.
But what you got to do to get out? You can just walk away. When you got that much money, you can just walk away.
I walk away with no money. But I told him, man, y'all do what y'all gotta do. Fuck y'all.
Yeah.
I walk right with it. You know what I'm saying? What? What y'all mad about? What? What y'all, you know what I'm saying? Now they mad. How? Ain't no nigga gonna tell me to go do shit I don't want to do.
Right.
Ain't no nigga gonna run me. I'm not releasing no nigga in jail. Ain't no in hell.
So you mama ain't got no say.
Ain't nobody got no say. I'm gonna do what I wanna do. This nigga can't tell me nothing. So, if you don't wanna walk away, deal with it. And that's what he's going to do. He deals with it. He was sitting right there telling me stuff.
He on the treadmill. He on the treadmill just running.
Yeah.
Like, he is terrified. Like, Rich on the corner is so terrified. Like, he was talking, he was so scared. Like, what you scared for, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, man, go throw up my brother. And I'm over here with these niggas, you know what I'm saying?
He caught in the middle.
Like, man, you and Thor doing the show together.
Is he safe?
You should have seen the shit Rich on going through. He put on Thor's shoes. Like, what the hell?
Putting on his shoes.
He put on his shoes.
Putting his shoes on his foot.
He took his shoes off, put Thor's shoes on, said, well, I like these. Like, he just Florida. The shit he was doing, like, he was trying to make Thug feel comfortable with me. You know what I'm saying?
Like we family.
Yeah,
Like, I'm
him and-
turn on you.
like you would have Rich Homie Quan perform. But all the songs he performed were like his gangster song, like him rapping song like what his song he made. I ain't never been a fuck nigga. He rapped all his song like that. And Thug was in the back. Thug wasn't supposed to perform. But Birdman let Thug perform. So Thug and Rich came out. So they played Thug and Rich Homie Quan. Rich Homie in the front, Thug come to the back. So when Thug first came up, Thug come out of nowhere. And
Rich Homie didn't know he was gonna come on stage.
Rich Homie didn't know.
Rich Homie was like what?
Rich Homie like, hey, now you done got real cool. You know, you Thug. Now they rapping all on stage. Now you talking about Thug. But he never did before he seen Thug. Right. You know what I'm saying? So the whole time he's doing it, now Thug on now, he had this and that, this and that. No. Then beside that, I'll tell you what I did. When I was just got there to perform, like he was walking me through it like that. He was happy to be around through it. Right. Got outside. So he went to the White House, got a tour at the White House. In Miami. Now they got a tour with a drag queen. Oh, okay. Punk came in there. And like, fucked up. It's what I want to see. So they like, get security. Like, we leave out. Let get out the way. Let us out. Yeah. So drag queen and they get out. But anyway, Rich Homie Quan punted, somebody hit his cuff. And his punter got fight with them because they try to hit and run. And Rich Homie Quan said, what y'all bring the guns down here for if you ain't gonna use it? I'm like, I heard him say that, like, what the hell?
He won't.
So now he don't about guns around. Yeah.
So he feel like it's like that.
He didn't, after that, he was just like everything the same. Then he was like Willie, give me your number. And I'm telling you, bro, I'm gonna put you up on game.
You seem like,
Man, I was like, give him my number. He put it in his phone, he called. And then he hung up. When I got my phone, he had on me call from him. I was like, what the hell? Then he was like, he tell me everything, like, what he doing. Like, he didn't know they showed up, shot up my house at night. They video. He was just like, they called him, like, let her pull up on you. See, Rich Homie Quan down this floor, doors down the floor, I was. And Rich Homie Quan took him in his room, like in his floor. What the hell? Rich Homie Quan showing up where the door stay?
right, they put them up on you.
Yeah, so I'm like, so Rich Homie Quan, he didn't know. Like, man, bro, he's tripping. He was like they want to make him their big homie now. Like, Nut died, and now he step up to the plate.
Cool.
Rich Homie Quan.
How you gonna be the big homie? He's scary as fuck, but he got the money.
Then I said, you know why they want you to step up? Because you got money, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody gonna eat.
They need you for your money. He's like, I know, bro. But he's smart. He's very smart. And he's like, I'm smarter than that, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? Basically, you need me for protection. So who you need protected by, bro? Ain't got no problem with nobody. Ain't nobody studying you.
I heard Greedy was next in line.
Okay. All right.
So, speaking for myself, for Mr. Stillwell, the 90735 to 90745, we had it as 40, but I think it's more accurately to 45. It's Kenneth Copeland saying, Thug and Rich Homie are still cool. I'm right there with them, which is certainly, from my observations, Mr. Lamar, who's Rich Homie Quan, has not testified as of yet, but there's been certainly in the state's proffers, and my understanding of the state's theory is that there is some dispute brewing between Rich Homie Quan and Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug, that plays a role in the motive for the killing of Donovan Thomas. That's what they've said. So the relationship between Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan is very much at issue. Kenneth Copeland says, I'm right next to both of them. I see it. These are his observations. So we think that that's very relevant. That should be included. 908.12 to 910.50.
One more time, 908, you said
908.12 to 910.50. There's two things that are relevant about that. Mr. Copeland reacts or says he reacts kind of mystified at Mr. Lamar, Rich Homie Quan, being scared to walk away from the Bloods. And that's important because then Mr. Copeland says, you know, why are you scared? You got money. You just walk away. Just do what you want to do. Just walk away. And then Kenneth Copeland says, that's what I did. I just walked away. And no one tells me what I'm going to do. He says, ain't nobody going to tell me nothing that I'm going to do. And that's very central to this case because the narrative being pushed by the state is that Mr. Jeffrey Williams and others are the puppet masters that order everyone else what to do. Now, our stance is that YSL is not a gang, and YSL certainly is not structured in a way where anyone tells anyone else what to do. So Mr. Copeland's statements about nobody telling me what to do, I never did anything for anyone else, are very relevant. And his views on whether other people can force him to do things are very relevant. Finally, in that same excerpt that between 908.12 and 910.50, Mr. Copeland goes back to the relationship between Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan, and he goes on to tell things that he personally observed, a story to illustrate his point about how close they are, about how Rich Homie Quan put on Jeffrey Williams' shoes and was wearing his shoes and saying how much he likes the shoes, and we're performing at a show together and hugging each other and those sort of things. So it illustrates his personal observation that Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan are in fact tight and close, which runs contrary to the state's theory in this case. Now, after 1050, they start talking about totally unrelated incidents, some alleged fight with a drag queen at Waffle House. Those are Mr. Copeland's words. We don't think that that's relevant or should be admissible, but the relationship between Rich Homie Quan and Mr. Williams is Mr. Jeffrey Williams is very relevant to this case.
So, I'm sorry, after 1050, give me the complete.
910.50, he starts going into some other things that we don't think are relevant. He starts talking about an incident at Waffle House in the parking lot, some fight with what Mr. Copeland says were drag queens. I'm just using his words.
When did it start? Because I think
910.50 is when it switches to the irrelevant things. So I believe that 907.35 to 907.45 should be played, and 908.12 to 910.50 should be played.
All right. And then after 910.50, you're saying it's not relevant for any purpose?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if all Coke or all defense counsel agree with me, but that's my stance.
All right. Mr. Steele, or anybody else wish to be heard about these particular segments?
I would adopt entirely what Mr. Sharp just said, and I would just add that also for the way the detectives did their investigation, for those reasons that I articulated before, I believe it's relevant because based upon my investigation, Mr. Rich Homie Quan was never giving guns and storing guns for other people to use on third parties for violence. He He was not going to replace Mr. Thomas as the head of a criminal street gang. And this is how I'm going to bring out, I intend to bring out, this is part of the information that the police say that they did their investigation. They don't give us any reports. They don't give us any expert reports. I have no memorandum. They just spoke with people, and then the court let in prosecution, pursuant to the prosecution's questions and argument that the police did investigation. Don't say who told you, but what did you learn? And I want to show the jury that they are getting misinformation, knowing misinformation, and constantly, and I don't know how to test other people because I don't have who else they spoke with to rely on in this courtroom, but I would like to show that information to the jury. In addition to that, it is, I don't want to repeat, but Mr. Shart, I agree with him about the relationship with Mr. Lamar or Rich Homie Kwan and Mr. Williams. He will state that they were playing together after January 1 of 2015. The state put up.
He being who, Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And the state put up Mr. Thomas Sr., who took issue, even though the court has seen and the evidence came out that Mr. Copeland is correct, that Mr. Williams and Mr. Rich Homie Kwan did perform in the middle of January 2015 in Tampa, Florida together, and Mr. Copeland was there, and Mr. Copeland saw the shoes being worn by Mr. Lamar or Rich Homie Kwan that belonged to Mr. Williams, that they were hugging, that they were asked to put on stage together, and that they are, quote, cool, end quote, and that's what you just heard, with one another, which would impeach the state's theory, which is all it is, because it's not accurate. It's objectively inaccurate what the state put up in front of the jury, that Jeffrey Williams somehow was out of sorts with Mr. Donovan Thomas and Mr. Rich Homie Kwan, because somehow Donovan Thomas was involved in Rich Homie Kwan's musical career, and that upset somehow Mr. Brian Birdman Williams and Jeffrey Williams. So that goes directly for impeachment of another witness, and the person has direct knowledge of it. In addition, this part that the state wants to omit.
Which part specifically? The 90735 to 90745 and 90812 to 90850?
It's included in there, but I'll get you the exact times. But I'm switching topics about how to get out of a gang. Mr. Copeland is saying, I was a member of a gang, and all I did of Bloods, and all I did was walk away. There's no repercussions. Meanwhile, the state put up this, quote, hybrid gang expert, Detective, very first witness of the case, Belknap, to say that this hybrid gang has its own structure and it's a little fluid, yet Mr. Copeland is explaining how you just walk away, one, and two, he doesn't take any orders from anyone at any time, which is against what the state is saying, how Mr. Williams is somehow if you remember the opening statement of Lawyer Love, he was the wolf, called him a wolf. I didn't really get it, but the wolf leading the others like a sheep to slaughter. That's how it sounded to me. I'm not saying that's what was said. Anyway, all of those portions I believe should be admissible, played, and of course, if the state doesn't want to play them, I understand it, but I don't want the court to stop me from cross-examining on those issues. And if Mr. Copeland says I don't remember, I will impeach him.
Right. State?
Your Honor, the state
I'm going to
has...
assume you're not going to play in your direct. Is that right?
No, we will.
You want to play those particular?
Yes, Your Honor. So what the state will be requesting is that all of it be played, not portions of it. And so from 906:37 to 907:18, that is when Mr. Copeland is talking about Rayshawn Bennett and having guns. That part we would keep out, but everything that has to deal with Rich Homie Quan, we would ask to be played. So that would be from 907:18, or we will play, excuse me. That'll be from 907:18 to 910:50. That's the first portion. We will redact the portion about the Waffle House and the drag queens because
That's after 10. That's 9:10:50
to 9:11:30.
to 9:11:30.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we'll could play from 9:11:31 to 9:13.
What's represented in that particular
That is
section?
some further conversation about the relationship with Rich Homie Quan. That's going to be on from page 281, line 24, through 284, line 7.
Okay.
And then after from 913 to 917:20, we would ask to continue to be, that we will redact or we won't play that
So
portion.
you said 9:13 to 9:17.
20, yes, Your Honor. We will not play. And Your Honor, this notion again, I think Mr. Steele has said it on multiple occasions that he's trying to impeach what the investigators did or their investigation. Your Honor, what the court will hear in this interview, as well as the February 28th interview, February 21st interview, and the June 10th interview, is that our investigators, Dennis and Gaither, consistently say to Mr. Copeland, what you're telling me here, we have to verify. We have to get other evidence, and we can't just take what you're saying here as gospel. We have to verify it. So when they talk about on the stand that they had other parts of their investigation that they could not speak about, they tried to verify anything that Mr. Copeland said occurred, whether that was by phone records, whether that was by other independent evidence. And so when Mr. Steele continues to say, we're trying to impeach or to show the jury that this was all their investigation, it is not. What they talked about in these interview rooms, they didn't just run with it. They made sure they could corroborate it in a number of different ways. For example, even with Mr. Copeland here, when he was arrested for having a gun, they didn't take out charges immediately. They found videotapes. They did other parts of their investigation. So this notion that all the detectives did was take what Mr. Copeland said and then swore out warrants is just an incorrect statement about how this investigation took place.
All right.
And so we agree that we're going to let in those portions of this particular interview.
All right. Mr. Shard, it looks like that the state's going to omit the portion with the purported fight with the drag queen from 9:10:50 to 9:11:30. And it seems like they're not going to play 9:13 to 9:17. Do you have any disagreement or you want to be heard any further in that respect?
It sounds like also they're not going to play. It sounds like they're also not planning on playing 906:37 and 907:35. Correct?
I don't. Are you, madam?
From 906:37 to 907:18.
You're not going to play.
We will not play.
Okay. Well,
Do you wish to have that played? That's the very beginning of the tape. So
It's talking about Rayshawn Bennett having guns at his house.
the parts that they're seeking to omit deal more with Mr. Steele's argument about their investigation. So I'm going to
all right.
allow him to respond to that.
It's the same thing. If Mr. Copeland is lying to the police, then that is relevant. He is saying that Mr. Bennett is housing guns at his home. I am going to challenge him because I don't believe he has any information on that, but that's what he alleged to the police. So it is another way of showing that Mr. Copeland is a liar to the police. He has lied about Mr. Williams being involved in these crimes, and I don't know how that is being excluded. He said he has personal observation. He did not say, I heard about it, I'm speculating, I'm making it up. He said Mr. Bennett, who's known as Lucci, YFN Lucci, is providing guns to his gang members, something to that effect. That's not the way he said it, but that's what he was housing guns in his home. So I would like to cross-examine on that and play that recording.
Okay.
Oh, and one other.
Yes, sir.
I apologize. The fact that the state is claiming that the investigators corroborate, I'm not accepting that. I have zero information on how they corroborated it. They throw out phone records. They said earlier that the phone records support Mr. Copeland's supposed alibi. That's not accurate. But we can let the jury decide. But I'm not accepting when I don't know how the police, I have no reports how they went out and said, okay, Mr. Bennett has guns at his home. Well, we found out that that's true. Well, we found out that that's not true. We spoke with this person. We have a video. I don't have any of that. I'm stuck with law enforcement saying, we go through these 6 criteria in policy, which I objected to under Olson, O-L-S. I think it's O-N, but it might be E-N, versus state decided this year. It was done by the Honorable Don Samuel case by the Georgia Court of Appeals. Judge Rickman, the Chief Judge Rickman, or then Chief Judge Rickman, wrote the opinion. And the policy doesn't matter. So I'm stuck with this, I don't know what we'd call it, this expert who just says, don't challenge me, but I corroborate it. I'm not going to tell you how I corroborate it, but just believe it. And now I am challenging it through the way they conduct this investigation. This conversation, if this is how the City of Atlanta Police Department experts conducted all their investigations, it's all, what did you hear? What did you think? And that's what I want the jury to take into consideration. So I would like to put in probably a false allegation against Mr. Bennett. But either way, false or not false, it's relevant to me. And I don't know under what theory it is being excluded, because Mr. Bennett is a supposed victim in the case. He's supposedly a gang member. He was charged in another division in your courthouse before the Honorable Judge Cox. He entered a guilty plea in 2024. I don't remember the date, maybe in January of this year. He is in custody. He got a 10-year sentence. Supposedly, and we need that, by the way, the district attorney's office wrote a letter to the parole board on his behalf for early release. That's Brady evidence, because he's a witness on the witness list. And I don't have any of that, but I don't understand why it's not coming in. This is how the investigation is conducted, and Mr. Copeland said that there are guns at the man's house to use offensively against other people in a criminal street gang. Everyone has guns at their house, but this is in a context of a criminal having guns at his house, and it's another false allegation by Mr. Copeland. So for all those reasons, I would ask that it not be excluded.
I just want to correct the record because I'm not sure what Mr. Steele's talking about. So what Mr. Copeland says here, and he says it very clearly, is that Lucci was having the guns in his house. He said, this comes from Trevia. So this is what he says. He says, this comes from Trevia. Trevia is a young lady who was dating Shell Kell and an individual by the name of Antonio Sledge. So again, he's relaying information that he's hearing. Mr. Copeland did not say to either of these investigators, I know for a fact Lucci has guns in his home. What he said was, this came from Trevia. Regardless, Your Honor, the portion about Lucci, if their whole argument is they want to show that Rich Homie Quan and Mr. Williams were friends during this time period, that's everything after 906. That's everything after 907-18. Either What they said is relevant is the fact that there was a relationship with Rich Homie Quan and Mr. Williams sometime in January of 2015. Whether or not Lucci had guns at his house and that Trivia told Copeland that Lucci had guns in his house is not relevant. If they want to cross him on that at some other time, then we will object at that time if necessary. But for the state's purpose, we're not playing it. If they choose to play it, we'll object at the appropriate time. But again, what they purported is they want to talk about the relationship between Rich Homie Quan and Jeffrey Williams. That is the portion that the state is going to play because that is what is relevant right now.
All right. Are you, I meant to ask, is from the any of the defense, are you are you in agreement or disagreement with the state about anything that's played between 9/13 and 9/17? It's clear they're not going to play 9/10/50 through 9/11/30. The issue with the drag queen, the fight with the drag queen. They're not playing that. But I'm trying to just figure out whether or not, because what I hear the state saying is, and I hear the defense saying is, there are these issues that they are going to play in regards to Copeland, Rich Homie Quan, the relationship that you've mentioned from 907:35 to 907:45, and then 908 to 908:12 or thereabouts to 908:50, and then they're going to play 911:31 to 913. So, Mr. Shard or Mr. Steele or anybody else, any issues with anything from 913, 917 that you want to have argument about or discussion?
Trying to find that in our attorney.
I just want to make my ruling clear. It seems like Mr. Steele and Mr. Shard, whatever the state's not playing as part of the direct, you certainly can ask on cross. But I need to complete this 913 to 917 because I don't think we've discussed that.
Would you allow us to briefly listen to that exact portion and answer that question out?
You want to play it?
I mean, we can play. I can play with Mr. Steele right now.
Just so we can give an informed decision. Because, again, our transcripts are a little different in the timing, so I don't.
I tell you what I'll do then. The hour being about 1:45, you all can do that. I will come back at 2:45, and then that'll be the first item of business we'll take up. Okay? Is that? And then also, if you have any other parts of this particular interview that you wish to be discuss or include, or for examination, I'll hear those at that time, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. So we're going to be in recess until 2:45. And Ms. Hilton, did you all have a chance or discuss 913 to 917?
We did not discuss it, but I have an answer for you, Your Honor. We don't have, for the 913 to 917, we don't have any problem with it, except on my redactions, number 14 is from 916. We kind of have cross redactions going on. So I have 916.14 through 917.11. As bad character evidence against my client. So that comes up at that point. So I do object 916.14 for that next about a minute. But from the 913 to 916.14, I don't have any problem with.
Was the state going to play 913 to 917 at all?
Right, that's what we want redacted, so I guess I'm confused.
Oh, you wanted that redacted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, what I'm asking you is, do you have anything you want? Are you in agreement with the state? Do you want to be heard about any parts of that?
I believe that our stance is it goes into more of what we're talking about Mr. Copeland just saying things and getting to the sufficiency of the investigation and him lying about other people, as Mr. Steele has articulated during some other excerpts. But I would, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I'd want to cut that off at 916.14 to 917.11 because it talks about my client's character.
Okay, I think the state's in a concurrence. They're not going to play that.
I don't know if Mr. Steele is in concurrence.
But if Mr. Steele wants to play anything else, if it's in relationship to what he purports to be investigation or impeachment, then he certainly can play it. So I just want to make sure that the periods that you all definitely don't want played, and so far that you've agreed upon. So far, that's the alleged drag queen references from 1050 to 9:10:50 to 9:11:30, and then from 9:16:14 to 9:17:11. You're not going to play anything about that. But anything else, I've heard arguments on it, and. So to the extent that I believe the state says they're going to play some of the things that Mr. Steele wants as it pertains to subpart 16, he can, he and the rest of you are, unless you object to the contrary, they're going to get played. Now, if you want to anything else other than those two sections I specifically excluded, they're fair game for cross.
Okay, so where we're at right now is, as far as I understand, we've been just dealing with the state's proposed redactions.
Yes.
So I have 19 different redactions that I have identified.
Okay.
To protect my client's right to a fair trial, in my estimation.
Okay.
So, and that was one of them. I should say 15 different excerpts, but that was one of them.
From 9:16:14 to 9:17:11?
Correct.
State's not going to play that. So
Okay.
that's one down, 14 to go. So,
All right.
all right.
So, and the state said that they would play for the court because they have it queued up, but from 701:52 to 703:08.
Hold on, wait a second. What one?
701:52 to 703:08. It's a discussion where Kenneth Copeland is pontificating about possible reasons for there to be a beef between Bloody J and Mr. Williams, and Mr. Copeland is saying he has two sources of hearsay information, one being Bloody J, one being apparently one of Mr. Williams' sisters, where Mr. Copeland is saying, what I've been told is that Bloody J called Mr. Williams gay, and Mr. Williams holds a grudge because of that, and that Mr. Brian Williams is willing to sign Bloody J, but Mr. Jeffrey Williams has to give the go-ahead for that signing to happen, and essentially that Mr. Jeffrey Williams is preventing Mr. Brian Williams from signing Bloody J. But it's all based on things he's been told by the unidentified sister of Mr. Jeffrey Williams and by Bloody J, who my understanding is not testifying. So it's not based on personal knowledge by Kenneth Copeland. So that's what's discussed in that excerpt that I believe should be excluded. And Ms. Hilton's been very responsive and helpful in this process, but I don't know necessarily what the state's stance on some of these things are.
I want to find out. Madam?
Yes, Your Honor. So the entire section that Mr.
Talking 701.52 to 703.08?
Yes, is what defense will like out. The state has no issue with 702.26 to 703.08. That is a whole nother conversation about Bloody J allegedly stating that Mr. Williams may be gay, and that was the part of their beef. We don't want that in, so we have no issue with that.
So do I need to hear from 701.52 to 702.26?
Yes.
Which is the part in contention?
Yes.
All right, can I hear that or see it?
Yes. I'm going to start it a little earlier at 7:01:47.
So, what happened with Bloody J? Not to be like, when he am cool with Doug and them boys?
Who?
Bloody J.
Yeah.
Why? So when you said you were trying to hook them back up, what happened? Like, did they fall out? Was it a beef?
I think they did because Bloody J joined their game.
Okay.
Their game.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess he went down with YSL no more. You know what I'm saying? So he joined in.
I heard it used to be saying.
So, Your Honor, that's the portion that the state wants in. And the reason why we want this portion in, Your Honor, is if you hear what Rudy says, he talks about previously, and it was either in this interview earlier or in the January 11th interview, he talks about the fact that he had to bring Bloody J and Thug together, and that he would invite Bloody J to different events. So I think he mentions, like, I would tell Bloody J, if Mr. Williams was performing at Blue Flame, come through the Blue Flame, come to these places so you can get back in good graces with them. And so when they ask him what happened with Bloody J, he's now explaining what the severance was between Bloody J. And Your Honor, if you can recall, we already have video evidence from 2012 in which Bloody J, Mr. Williams, all of them are outside at the park. They were all wearing red. Donovan Thomas is in that video showing them that they were together. And at some point, there's a break between that. And so Mr. Copeland is talking about what his understanding is of that break. We stopped right before the conversation about rumors about Mr. Williams being gay because we don't think that that's relevant. But the fact that he talks about Bloody J went with If Gang and maybe was a part of YSL at some point is important and relevant given the context of the rest of the evidence that has come in. One, that 2012 video, and two, in the context of this, I believe it is this interview. Earlier in the interview, he talks about the fact that he used to tell Bloody J to come around in order to get back into good graces. So we believe that is relevant and it gives context to what he said earlier.
Okay.
Oh, and one other thing, if we talk about this idea, like it's based on rumors, well, everything the court is getting ready to allow the defense to do on cross-examination is based on what he heard. So that to me is not a valid argument. They're going to come back here to say, well, this beef is based upon what he heard. Well, everything that the defense has literally just asked for you to let in is based upon what he heard. Like literally what we litigated for the last 2 hours is based upon what other people told him and what he heard on the street.
All right. Ms. Sharp?
So, regarding the beginning part that the state still intends.
701.52 to 702.26.
Yes, sir. My argument would be, I mean, he's saying, I guess this, I guess that. It sounds like he's speculating to me. So that would be speculation. So we feel that it should all be redacted.
What transcript reference is it?
It is page 42. And beginning at line 3 to page 43, line 2.
You said 43, line 2?
Page 42, line 3 through page 43, line 2.
I'm going to exclude that from 701.42 to 702.26. The rest of it can be played. And I believe you all have excluded, actually, you've excluded 702.26 to 703.08 by agreement. Is there anything else in that segment that I need to rule upon?
Can I understand the court's ruling? So
I'm going to exclude 701.52 to 702.26.
can we understand what the basis is?
It's speculation.
But, Your Honor, we literally just let in speculation for the last, everything that the defense.
That's impeachment, though. It's not
But
impeachment.
it was impeachment based on speculation.
It's impeachment.
And what part is the court believing is speculation?
Madam, I'm ruling, okay? I've ruled. 701.52 to 702.26 is not going to be played. Okay? You all have agreed upon 702.26 to 703.08 to be excluded. So is there anything else in that particular segment that I need to resolve? That should take care of it, right?
For that
Yes, ma'am.
area, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Next portion.
second time period, I believe that we may be in agreement with the state about this. It's 703.16 to 704.36. It's discussion about Kenneth Copeland's girlfriend named Deshawn at the time, her stepfather. It's discussion about her stepfather. And I don't think it has any relevance in this case. And I think we're in agreement with that. Is that correct, Ms. Hilton?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be 703.16 to 704.36.
Is that going to be excluded, Ms. Hilton?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Next period.
The next period was 723.49 to 730.23, I believe. We're going to
730.23,
yes, and we're going to withdraw our request.
withdrawn.
Your Honor, I think this is covered from what we discussed earlier.
In which section?
It may be.
This is the entire number 4, I believe,
One.
or at least portions of number 4.
Yeah, we covered that number 4, so already. Because number 4 is 722 to 724.54.
Yes, Your Honor. The only difference was there's the certain, and earlier you ruled we can play it.
What's
The part where Mr. Copeland does not. Basically, the state in their suggested redaction was started earlier to take out the part about Kenneth Copeland having the opportunity to say what he supposedly learned on January 10th, but not saying it, and you ruled in our favor on that. And so
you're going to be able to cross on that.
right.
Yes.
Okay.
And I want to be clear because this entire portion, 723.49 through 730.23, although they're withdrawing it, it covers what was number 4 and number 5 on the state's redaction. So we won't be playing it because our understanding is the defense agrees with 5. There was no dispute as to 5.
Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, 5. There was no disagreement on 5. 5. The only disagreements I had were 4, 9, 11, 14, and 16.
Correct. So I just want to be clear that although they're withdrawing it, the number 3 is inclusive of what's in 4 and 5 on the state's redaction.
Number 3 in terms of what? What are you talking
Number
about?
3 on the defenses.
Number 3 is. I'm sorry. I may have misnumbered it, but 1 is the. Well, how do you have it?
Did you get the email that I sent to defense with the defendant's proposed redactions?
Yes, ma'am, I have it.
So that may make it easier.
Which one is the defense, though?
So the entire document that I just emailed at lunch is all the defenses, their proposed redactions.
And Your Honor, you can, for the purposes of this, it references 2 different times. You can ignore the first column because we're just going off the state's videos times to simplify things.
The timestamp?
Right. So the first column is defense redaction times. You can ignore those times because we're just to be universal.
I don't think I have that one. I think I just have. I don't know if I got that. Let me just see. Ms. Holton, did you send that to me
Yes.
as well?
I believe so.
I have it now. Let's see.
Yeah, it was sent at 2:22.
All right, for purposes of discussion, I'll include it as the next court's exhibit in order. And I'll forward it to Ms. Weaver. All right, so which one do you want me to disregard, Mr. Sharp? Defense redaction times?
Right, just for the ease of this
And
conversation,
to go
we'll just
with-
focus on the evidence reviewer times.
Okay, all right. So have we covered, which ones have we covered so far? Or are we covering right now?
We're on the defense number 3,
Okay,
which the state is stating that time frame is inclusive of what is on the states 4 and 5.
I get it.
The problem is, and I'm kind of speaking for everyone, Mr. Steele, when we were discussing the state's requests, indicated a desire to get into on cross-examination as impeachment what's in 4 and 5. So while I'm withdrawing my request on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, and Mr. Steele, I think, wants to get into the topics from 723.49 to 730.23.
So we didn't discuss that because initially we
Right.
said that was going to be agrees, at least for the purposes of this conversation, agreed upon. So we didn't have any discussions of the state's number 5 because we're just learning now that that's going to be objective.
It goes back to what you heard about Rich Homie Kwan putting $25,000 on, according to Kenneth Copeland, Rich Homie Kwan putting $25,000 on someone's head. Those discussions, that's what comes in during this time period. And I believe you said that Mr. Steele could talk about that on cross-examination.
Sure. Yes.
So
do we have any more discussion about it?
No.
Okay, all right. Which one are we dealing with next?
number 4 is from 742.21 to 747.02. And that, I'm not, there's a gentleman who is on our indictment that's not sitting at trial with us. I don't even want to say the person's name, who was once falsely accused of rape. And the officers make reference to how people that he was charged with did him dirty because they all knew he didn't commit the rape, but they basically let him sit in jail and let him sit there and take the blame for this rape.
Your Honor, that's not in dispute. That's consistent with the state's number 8.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hilton, I didn't quite hear the last thing you said. It's not in dispute
Not in
what?
dispute. It's consistent with the state's number 8.
Okay, so we're not going to talk about that.
Okay.
That's excluded. Next?
750.00 to 750.56. It's the police investigator Dennis and Gaither asked Kenneth Copeland about his knowledge of, essentially there was apparently a shooting outside a hotel where Jeffrey Williams' fiance was throwing some sort of hotel party. And the police asked Kenneth Copeland what he knows about that shooting and how it's related to the Donovan Thomas shooting. Kenneth Copeland, in response, knows nothing about it. He's like, I don't even know about that. And then the police kind of tell him about it and put that in the atmosphere, where Kenneth Copeland is completely lacking any knowledge of it, is my recollection. So essentially, it's not even what Kenneth Copeland says. It's the police start talking about this shooting, and that's not proper and should be redacted.
So they're talking. So from 750 to 756, they're talking about some unrelated shooting.
Unrelated shooting at a hotel party that was thrown by Jeffrey Williams' girlfriend at the time, I believe, or the mother of his child, and right, it's unrelated. It's never been linked to this case, and Kenneth Copeland knows nothing about it.
All right, let me find out the state's going to talk about it.
Yes, Your Honor. This particular shooting was discussed while Detective Dennis was on the stand. He discussed a series of events that occurred in the days leading up to the Donovan Thomas murder. And this is one of the shootings that he discussed on the stand. The reason why the state wants to send is because the defendant's theory, even in the midst of this motions argument, is that Mr. Copeland was just lying throughout every part of these interviews. And what this portion shows is when he was unaware of something, he told the detectives, I don't know about that. You know, I have no idea. So it shows that he was trying to be truthful with the things that he knew and the things that he didn't know. And if the defense is going to cross-examine Mr. Copeland as to whether or not he's being truthful in this interview, this here shows that the officers are talking to him about a shooting that they believe is relevant to what happened in the days leading up to the murder of Donovan Thomas. I believe this shooting happened on maybe the Thursday or the Friday before Mr. Thomas was murdered. And they're talking to him about this event. This was a shooting that happened outside of the W Hotel. And they're asking him about if he has any information about it, if he was aware of it. And Mr. Copeland says, no, I didn't even hear about that. Matter of fact, I met Mr. Williams at the studio that night. And so again, this rebuts this notion that Mr. Copeland was just trying to lie and make up stories the entire interview. And that's in direct contradiction to what they are going to try to say about Mr. Copeland. So we believe it's relevant. The information about the shooting has already come out in testimony from Detective Dennis when he testified a few weeks ago. And so it is relevant to show that Mr. Copeland was not just trying to make stuff up in the course of this interview.
All right, sir.
Well, the problem is that these statements, the alleged purpose is to show Mr. Copeland's inconsistencies, and he offers no statement about
You
this.
can cross him on. I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, is that he may end up at some of the things that he said may be truthful and some may not be.
Right. I guess my point is with this particular excerpt, it's not even what Mr. Copeland says. It's what Investigator Dennis and Gaither said that comes out. And it's not even a Kenneth Copeland issue. And these statements are allegedly being played for the purpose, like the origin of why we're playing these is to show Mr. Copeland's inconsistencies. And in this excerpt, Mr. Copeland doesn't really say anything. So,
Listen.
Do you need a page number, Your Honor?
Is it 138, line 11 to page 140, line 22?
Yes.
All right, let me read it.
Your Honor, it seems to me that if the state wants to bring out the fact that Mr. Copeland stated that he did not have knowledge of something that the police asked about, they could simply ask him without making it about Jeffrey Williams' girlfriend or the mother of his child, and just simply ask him the question on direct or on redirect. Did the police ask you about a shooting that happened and you told them you didn't know anything? And that we wouldn't have to get into because the shooting that's being discussed, I just want to be clear, I don't believe in our discovery we even received police reports about it, because I don't even think there were police reports generated about this shooting. This is kind of something that comes up and is talked about, but I don't even believe that there was police reports made, and Kenneth Copeland doesn't even know anything about it, and somehow it's entered the ether of this case without anyone really having any firsthand knowledge of anything involving that, much less if it's related to the Donovan Thomas shooting.
Your Honor, that's not, I believe, and we're pulling it up, we brought in CAD reports as related to this shooting with Ms. Lattner's. And furthermore, Mr. Copeland, when he was on the stand last week, said, if they asked me about the sky, I would say the sky was blue. If they asked me about her shoes, I would say that her shoes were white. This goes to show that he just wasn't saying anything. If there were things that he did not know, he said that. So this is one, in contradiction to what he said on the stand. And two, this is the detectives asking him questions and he being able to say, I don't know about that. If he was just trying to make stuff up, which is what he's claiming in court, he would have said, yes, I know about this shooting. Yes, it has something to do with thugs. Yes, he doesn't say any of that. And the jurors get to determine whether or not they believe, one, his trial testimony or what he said previously. Furthermore, defense counsel literally have just argued for 2 hours that they want to be able to show that Mr. Copeland lies about some things, doesn't lie about other things. And so here's another example of that. So when you look at all that in totality, this is relevant to play for the jury so the jurors can make a decision on what they believe or what they don't believe, given his in-court testimony and given what he said previously during this interview.
Sure, anything else before I rule?
I understand generally what the state's arguing. However, I just don't understand why you would need to get into specifics, the unfounded specifics that Mr. Copeland has no knowledge of, that it involved Jeffrey's significant other and those things. Why you couldn't just ask Kenneth Copeland on the stand, weren't you asked about a shooting at a hotel a couple days before, that occurred a couple days before, and you told the police that you knew nothing about that, you had no knowledge, and therefore they could get out what they want to get out without bringing in, it was Jeffrey Williams' significant other throwing a hotel party and all the rest, because it's not being linked to this case.
Mr. Short, I'm going to allow it. At the end of the day, it's relevant, so I will allow it. For re-objection, I'll give you a continued objection.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, what's next?
I have number 6 is erroneous.
That's 133 to 133.00 to 133.05?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're not talking about that
Correct.
at all?
Correct.
All right?
The next one is
133.50 to
Right.
I'm sorry, it's 808.04 to 809.12.
correct.
Hey, Your
And
Honor, it's not in dispute.
okay.
I don't believe it's in dispute. The only thing that we're asking, this is the same as number 12 on the state's redaction.
Hold on, number 12. Okay, I don't have that anyways, because that was not something that we argued
And I
about.
think the entirety, and what I understood when we left yesterday,
I'm sorry, go ahead, I apologize. Go ahead.
The entirety of 80821 through 81150, at least yesterday, wasn't at issue. This portion here covers that from 80804 to 80912, so the state has no issues.
Okay, so
Well,
with this portion.
so that's not an issue, Mr. Steele.
From-
Mr. Sharp, okay?
The issue is that the state's redaction is 80821 to 81150. I agree with 80821. I have 80804 is it beginning.
I'm sorry, you had 808, I was coughing.
80804, they have 80821, but we can clarify that. But I have it ending at 80912. So they're seeking redaction of an extra 2.5 minutes. Now, speaking for myself, I did agree with the state. You know, in full candor, Ms. Hilton's right. I did agree with the state. My understanding after speaking to Mr. Steele is, Mr. Steele, I'm just trying to bring everything, I'm kind of the spokesperson, but I'm trying to make the court aware of everyone's stances. I believe Mr. Steele wants to get in 80912 to 81150, where Kenneth Copeland talks about, and Mr. Steele, correct me if I'm wrong, talks about Kel wanting to kill Jeffrey's sister. Someone said Kel was called over after. Then they're talking about the Lucci's mother's house being shot up, and they're talking about Kel coming over there and Lucci paying or asking why Lucci won't pay Kel's bond, and that Lucci's car was the one used to shoot up Kenneth Copeland's mother's house, and how Kel robbed Gervin Henry, who's also known as Fly. So it's a lot of discussion about Kenneth Copeland makes accusations about wrongdoing by Kelvin Watts. I believe Mr. Steele wants to get into that. I'm going to let him argue that. But so I agree with the state from 80804 to 80912.
All right.
But
I'll let Mr. Steele, or he can perfect his argument on that. So, sir?
Your Honor, I believe most of this is false by Mr. Copeland, and it shows Mr. Gervin, who is supposedly aligned with Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Thomas's half-brother, known as Shell Kel, is now robbing Mr. Gervin. Instead of these joint, supposed enemy gangs going after each other, now you have insider gang after gang member, which I don't believe is truthful, and it just goes to show that this is not the way the state has purported, that this is a gang of one, of the IF gang versus the gang of another, YSL, and it just goes to the preposterous nature of Mr. Copeland, who's a serious witness, big witness for the prosecution, and how the detectives have gone out and eliminated, they just ignore some of the information they're given under the auspices of our investigation. And I want to bring out the investigation, what it shows, and they can say, the investigators can say, we didn't believe Mr. Copeland on that, yet they choose to believe Mr. Copeland on another issue, and it goes to the jury. So that's why I wanted it.
All right, can you play for me 80912 to 81150, please? Or tell me the transcript references and the transcript references, please.
You said, John, from 80912, so it's going to be page 180, line 186, line 1. And it's going to start a little bit early, around 8:09:05.
Pay his bond. They said he made a Lucci, because Lucci ain't pay his bond.
Why? Why Luce ain't pay the bond?
But what don't make sense, let's say, okay, word that we got, right? Somebody said that Kel was called over there to the house after he got shot up.
So at Lucci Mama's house?
Yes.
All we heard was Lucci Mama's house got shot up. Kel pulled up with the guns. They would come to the tree. Kel pulled up with the guns in the car. And police walked up, searched the car, found the gun, locked him up.
But why
Why was he there? Who brought him there?
I don't know.
Lucci Mama house. Kel, come. Who brought him to Lucci Mama house? Like, how did he know they got shot up?
Like, do you just hang out in the driveway?
I don't know Lucci. They probably,
So if that's the case, and then he got locked up, why did Lucci want to pay his bond? You know what I'm saying? If I basically
Called you and said, yo, my house got shot out of town.
check on,
And then the red Camaro Lucci got, the same car that ran around, they shot my girl Mama's house up. They Lucci car.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I ain't get it. Like, you know what I'm saying? They got my name on so much stuff. Like, people that come and tell us, they tell us a little bit, then they start talking about it's me. You know what I'm saying? Like, my girl, she get a lot of information from her friends. She got a lot of friends, so they be around me. Lucci and them was talking in the studio, and there was a girl in there. They missed one of them, and she my girlfriend. And she said that they nobody do that nothing. You know what I'm saying? They was all like Kel and K robbed somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Kel and who?
K.
Okay.
I sent you a picture of that too then. I think I sent it to the other picture. They had chop on in the picture.
Oh, yeah. And the gym was in the car.
Yeah, them two robbed somebody, and they supposed to came back. This was they talk about in the studio. You know what I'm saying? They just put my name on it. They covered it up.
Make it seem like they ain't got beef in the streets, whatever.
Yeah. So, and then it's like, she was like, they know we can't do it. You know what I'm saying? But they gonna keep playing on him. And she was like, K, when the nut got killed, K first one called everybody like, we killed Nut. Tell the mom now what it is. He the first one started my name. And they like, Kel went along with it. So they had just robbed somebody, then they did. Like, Nut died, then they started.
That same day?
I don't know when. They just robbed somebody. And niggas supposed to be coming back for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, Kel robbed Fly. He robbed one of them. Like, and then, like, they would have somebody broke in that car. And gave me the phone. And the jury. But when I realized I was sick, you know what I'm saying? What the hell? This Nut shit. Right. I called Nut. Hey, man, I got your shit right here. Pull up on me. He come pull up on me. But before I gave that to him, I really texted. And he would text the kid like, come on, bro, I introduced you to these folks, bro. You just took them out. And he was like, he sent a big paragraph and killed this shit. Like, man, nigga, what up? You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, I'm out here, nigga. You ain't doing it for me. Yeah.
Yes.
This part isn't in dispute.
Okay. So we stopped at 8:12:24.
I don't think that was the part.
Yeah.
Yes, you went from 8:09 to 8:11:50. That's what you went in, right?
Right.
Okay, so I just went past it a little bit. But.
Yeah. I was just trying to draw your attention that we had reached it.
But they're still arguing.
So the part about the end part that we just heard about him lying and saying someone had taken Donovan Thomas's things and given it to him, which he's since said is a lie, and he in fact stole it. That's I think both sides are in agreement. That's clearly coming. That's clearly relevant. But till 8:11:50, that ended with him saying Kel robbed Fly, who's Mr. Henry, and that's where the disputed excerpt ended. that Mr. Steele was talking about.
That's page 186, line 1. That's 81150? Is that the
81150 would end at
page what?
page 186, line 1. Well, I'm sorry, page 185, line 24.
All right. I'm gonna allow for the purposes across. The portion from 80912 to 81150, or pages 180 line 10 to 185 line 24 on cross.
I just want to put on the record that again, in this portion, what he says is, all we heard, this came from trivia. He actually says, my girlfriend knows a lot of people and my girlfriend told us this. So again, this isn't him testifying that he himself is saying that these things happen. He has said multiple times in this section, all we heard, this came from trivia. I don't know. My girlfriend gets a lot of information from her friends. She got a lot of friends, so they be telling us stuff. And Lucci and them were talking at the studio, and it was a girl who told us. So again, this is not Mr. Copeland saying these things occurred. This is Mr. Copeland saying, this is what trivia told me. This is what my girlfriend's friends told me. And I am giving you information that I am hearing. That is a rumor.
But I think that Mr. Steele's saying is that he can test Mr. Copeland about, because Mr. Steele, you're saying there's another version of this he's told under already?
I'm saying that this is how the police conducted their investigation. That's exactly what I'm
Yeah. I'm gonna allow him to ask about it for that reason. So on cross. All right. What else?
So the next section is another place
Okay, the
where
next one being, which one is this?
what-
I'm going down the defense redaction time.
yes,
so
sir. 821:31 to
822:59.
Yes, sir.
Page 203, line 11 to page 206, line 17.
Yes, sir. And this is another example of kind of views diverging on the defense side. I did tell the state that I was fine with it being redacted, but I believe Mr. Steele has a different view on that. It's a discussion about the killing of DB, who is a friend of Mr. Copeland, who was a friend of Mr. Copeland.
It's the same exact issue. It's Mr. Copeland is falsely accusing, based upon our investigation, a gentleman named Fred and Little Haiti Gang of killing another person. And there's going to be no information that that's close to being true, but that's what he spits out. And my belief is that that's why Mr. Williams is sitting here, because he, again, just falsely accuses others. That's why I wanted it in. And it goes to the investigation. It's the same exact argument. The police are just listening to rumor, speculation, and people who concoct stories. And that's what I want to bring out in the courtroom through Mr. Copeland.
Your Honor, again, the murder of DB is a collateral matter. It has nothing to do with what Mr. Copeland said about who killed Donovan Thomas. There's no relevance as to who killed DB. The investigators were not investigating DB's murder in this particular interview. They are getting information, and Mr. Copeland is providing whatever information that he's providing, but they are focused on two things. The gang war that was ensuing at this time, because by the time January 28th, 2015 has occurred, the murder of Donovan Thomas has occurred. I believe there was a shooting at Mr. Williams' stepfather's house had occurred. Mr. Copeland's girlfriend's mother's house was shot up by this time. Mr. Copeland had been shot at on the highway by this time. And that is what they are interviewing. I mean, that is what they are investigating. This notion that the detectives just was getting information and this was their investigation. No, he's providing information on a number of different topics. All the topics were not relevant to what they were investigating. The fact that he is telling them who he thinks murdered DB has no bearing on what these investigators were investigating at the time that they interviewed him. He's just giving information about a number of different things. They parsed down what was relevant, and they further investigated what was relevant based on what they were investigating at the time, which was the murder of Donovan Thomas and the back and forth shootings that had occurred between January 10th and January 28th. And if I can have a moment, I can look at the board to see how many shootings had occurred between that time.
Okay.
By the time can you hear me, Ms. Weaver? Yes. By the time that they are interviewing Mr. Copeland on the 28th, they had
Of January.
They had leading up to the murder, they had a shooting at 988 Confederate Court, which was on January 8th. They had the shooting on Spring Street at Ivan Allen, which was near the area where Mr. Williams' girlfriend was having a birthday party or some type of party. They had the murder of Donovan Thomas on January 10th. They had the shooting that night, or early morning hours of January 11th at 88 Venera Street. Another shooting at 193 Hendrick Street. Another shooting on January 12th at 349 Cleveland Avenue. Another shooting on Ruby Harper Place. They had a shooting at Mr. Copeland's sister house on January 13th. They had another shooting on January 13th. I believe that's the address on Ruby Harper, which was Mr. Williams' stepfather's house. On January 22nd, they had a shooting at Mr. Rayshawn Bennett's mother's home. Then they had another shooting on January 26th where Mr. Copeland and I believe Mr. Stillwell and Demekion Garlington were in a car and they got shot out on the highway. Then there was another shooting back at Mr. Bennett's mother's home at that time. And then there was a shooting at Intrevia Smith's house on January 25th. So that is what they're investigating, Your Honor. They're not investigating DB's murder. They're not investigating any of these other collateral things that Mr. Steele is trying to get into with this notion of, I want to see how they investigate cases. That's not, they were only investigating what happened between January and at this point, January 28th. So
but they asked Mr. Copeland about them, and they chose to, and then whether or not he lied about them. Now, whether or not it's relevant to the issue of the killing of Donovan Thomas, that's the principal issue. But if he, I believe they're entitled to at least ask him about those things. I mean, now whether or not they can prove up anything else is another thing. It may be a collateral matter. But if he lied some in substance about what he told the police or why he told them that, I think that's fair game for them to examine.
But even in this, what he's trying to get in, They asked him, who killed DB? He says, they don't know, man. They don't know. And when Dennis asks us, who do you think did it? He didn't say Fred did it. He said, I think Fred did it. That's what he says. He says, I don't know. I think Fred did it. Or he might say, you know. But he's not saying.
Where's that? I'm sorry.
On page 203, line 19. And then he proceeds to tell Dennis he provided some information.
203, what line? What? Line 19?
At the bottom line, it begins at line 19. And it goes into page 204.
Okay.
And it appears at this time they had not arrested anyone. He's telling him how he may have participated or told the detective some information about it. But this notion that this is a part of how they investigate the cases, there was no follow-up with Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither about what information was provided because that's not what they were investigating. So there was no need to follow up on whatever information about DB's murder because they weren't investigating that.
Look, Mr. Seals told you he has a good faith basis to ask the question.
Well, the statement it's collateral, but we understand the course.
All right. So, Mr. Seals, I'll let you inquire on the cross, okay? Yes? Yes. All right, okay. All right. And that's from 8:21:31 to 8:22:59. All right.
So the next section, Your Honor, is 838:29 to 838:44. It's within there. It may not take up those 15 seconds, but it's a comment about my client's criminal history. They asked Mr. Copeland how long he's known Mr. Stillwell, or been hanging out with Mr. Stillwell, and and this is all information that Mr. Copeland's already provided from the stand. But Mr. Copeland says, essentially, I don't know, as long as I've been hanging out ever since Shannon got out, or something to that matter, which references my client's criminal history. So he would just ask that be redacted.
Your Honor, the state has no objection. We believe the appropriate time frame is 8:30:36 to 8:38:44.
Okay.
Is the appropriate time frame. But can we go back to 8 because I want to be clear.
Can we go back to what, madam? I'm sorry.
Number 8, so I can understand. Defense counsel wanted 8:21:31 through 8:22:59 out.
They want to cross. I'm going to let them cross on that.
No. Based upon this, Mr. Shard wanted it out.
And that is true.
So
Yeah, he wants it out.
I'm withdrawing that.
He wants it out. Mr. Steele wants it he really wants it included as part to be played, but I'm going to not require you to play it on your continued rec, but he's welcome to get into it on cross.
Okay.
You're talking about the discussion about the killing of DB. He can get on that. He can inquire about that on cross. I'm not going to require you to put it in your direct, but he can ask about that on cross.
There were other portions that the state wanted in. So if Mr. Shard is asking for that if he's withdrawing his request, I just want to make sure that the portion that the state wants in is fine. So
what? All right.
What portion do you want?
What are you trying to from 8:21 to 8:30, 8:21:31 to 8:22:59? What are you trying to get in then, madam?
We are going to play 8:21:31 through 8:21:37.
And what does that cover?
Where he talks about who do you hang with from the Ville. They're asking who does he hang with from Mechanicsville. And besides the Michigan and Shannon, and he asks like now, and she says, yeah, I mean, everybody's locked up. He says, man, besides Shannon and D, you ain't gonna see me hanging with nobody. And they wanted that excluded, but we want that in. And then
I think our seconds may be off a little bit. If that's what's being discussed, I don't have any problem with if Mr. Copeland's asked who he hangs out with and he says besides Lil D and Shannon, you ain't gonna see me with nobody, then I mean that's his answer. I don't have a problem.
Are you gonna get into anything about the reference of being locked up?
he wasn't talking about them. They were asking, like, out of all these other people, who do you hang with? And he says, I only hang with Shannon and D. The locked up reference is not to any defendant.
So I understand you disagree fundamentally, for all the defendants do, but
Right.
is there any further discussion about 821.31 to 821.37?
No, and I'm going off of what the state's saying. It says, if it's just who do you hang out with and he says who he hangs out with, I think that's fair.
Yeah, if you're asking to get that in, unless somebody wants to be heard about that issue, I'm gonna let the state play that. But as for 821, I guess 38 through 822.59, Mr. Steele can inquire about that on cross.
Okay, well, we wanted in 822.53 through 822.59, so that's fine. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
So the next one I think is 843.15 to 8.
But we skipped one. The 838, is it 36 or is it 29?
I believe the correct timestamp is 8:38:36 to 8:38:44.
But it's the reference to Shannon being incarcerated.
Mr. Stillwell's criminal history?
Yes, sir.
So that we're going to exclude that, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's excluded. Okay, the next time period we got to discuss is what?
843.15 to 844.01.
843.15 to 844.01.
And
The state doesn't have any disputes to that.
So that can be, so that excluded?
Yes, but we want to be clear. The state will stop playing after. I think the question is, where is Duke? Dennis asks, what's up with Duke? And Kenneth says, Duke, he's locked up. And Dennis says, I know. And we'll stop at that point because it is not, the evidence will come out that he is locked up during this time.
That's on the front end of this time range?
Correct. So
Okay.
everything after 8/3/14 is when they go into the time that he was offered, and all of that is excluded.
Okay. Now, 10, from my notes, 10 ends at 844.01, and then 11 begins at 844.05. I assume there's nothing that you want to play between 844.01 and 844.05. I think they're two topics that just flow into each other.
I think that's where we go into the
Jimmy Winfrey
stuff, and
Yes.
all of that is out. Yes.
Okay, so they agreed with 10, Your Honor, to go 844.01 is when 10 ends. 11, which is
So hold on, wait a sec. So 844. You're ending that. That talks about Duke being in custody. So where are we picking up from there?
So it's literally like 8:43:16. We can cut from 8:43:16 all the way to 8:47:37.
no.
That's not what I see.
So there's two different discussions. There's a discussion about the theater shooting that goes 8:43:15 to 8:44:01. I believe it flows seamlessly into the discussion about sexual proclivities. And we've agreed to cut out the Jimmy Winfrey portion of that.
Okay.
So
I just want to make sure that I'm clear with what you all are asking. Is the 8:43:15 to 8:44:01 the Duke in custody you all excluded?
So
no, right before 8:43:15, Duke in custody, and then 8:43:15 begins.
right, and what the state is saying is after 8:43:15 to 8:47:37, the state will not play. Now, if the defense, the court's ruling wants to get into what we talked, this is what covers Jimmy Winfrey, sexual proclivities, Birdman sexual proclivities.
We're not getting into that.
We're not getting any of that. So
And it gets into the marketing strategy for Mr. Williams. If
Right.
they choose to get into that, they can, but we will not be playing.
Okay, so you won't be playing anything from 8:43:50 after Duke in custody to what time?
8:47:37.
8:47:37.
But the state is aware that we're going to attempt, we're going to discuss 8:45:12 to 8:47:34, which goes into the
Marketing strategy.
and wearing a dress. and things.
Wearing whatever clothing. Okay. All right. That's fine. All right. What's next?
Okay. So next one is, I believe it's 902:37 to 903:42. Is that what you have, Ms. Hilton? It's
Yes.
and it's hearsay. Kenneth Copeland says that he has heard, or people are saying, that Donovan Thomas in his dying breath was saying, "Thug did this to me," or something to that effect. People that were actually at the scene for Donovan Thomas's last breaths have said that that was not said. Sammy Davis took the stand and talked about what had happened there, and that's just street rumor being put out there by Kenneth Copeland. So I don't know what the state stance is.
So, Your Honor, let me put some things in context. So when Mr. Copeland is talking about this particular portion, he's actually trying to say, I don't think that all this was said, because he talks about what happened when DB died and how much time it took for him to get to the hospital. So what he actually says is, now how do you know he got shot 4 times in the chest? You know what else they said? They said that they were holding Nut, and Nut said, "I ain't gonna make it, bro." Well, that came out in evidence, because I believe that is what one of the barbershop witnesses said, that he did hear him say, "I ain't gonna make it, bro." Now, the part that the state will redact, because that has not come into evidence, is that Copeland says they said that Nut said Thug ass had something to do with it. We will exclude that portion because we don't believe that has come into evidence. And that is from 903:14 to 903:21. However, the portions before that actually has come into evidence, which is we have witnesses who were actually standing over Mr. Thomas as he was taking his last breath, and they said he did say, "I ain't gonna make it, bro."
That was already been in evidence. I think that, who was it, Mr.
It was one of the barbershop. I think it was Mr. Wise.
Mr. Wise.
I believe it was Mr. Wise who said that. He was the one who came out of Mr. George's barbershop. Yes, it was Mr. Wise who said it.
And I want to say that the 911 call also that was
We don't have a.
But we will exclude 903:14 and 903:21, which says
you said you're going to exclude 903.
14 to 903:21, which is where he says they said Nut said Thug ass had something to do with it. We will exclude that.
So I'll exclude.
We're in agreement.
If you're in agreement, that portion can be excluded.
Okay.
That's the 903 to 903:24, right?
Right.
Okay.
21.
Did we cover already the 902:37 to 903:42?
I think the timestamps might be off. I believe that the portion that
What does that
Vince
pertain
wanted
to?
to get out was the Thug did it part. They can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
But if the Thug did it part, that is 903:14 to 903:21.
All right, so y'all going to exclude that? Yes. Okay. All right. Okay, what's next, Mr. Short?
9:10:33 to 9:11:33, which was the discussion about the Waffle House and the fight with the quote-unquote drag queens,
Okay, all right.
and which I think we've already dealt with, correct?
Yes,
All
that's
right, so
out.
that's coming out. 9/16/14 to 9/17, I believe it's 11. There's discussion about Shannon, about rumors that someone thought that Shannon had set them up, Mr. Stillwell had set them up.
It's not in dispute. We won't.
Okay. So it was just
So
bad
9/16/14 and 9/17, that's excluded.
Do you agree
Okay.
with that, the timing that I'm giving on that?
We might just need to look at it, but I think a part of it is about this whole car and Miss Mary.
Right. Oh, and
We can just get the timestamps together, but
included in that is they're asking about a lady named Mary, I think, that rents cars, and they were saying how she gave one to Shannon and the police got it.
I think it's 9/16/27 where it says, I doubt if Shannon does, because Shannon got caught in something before he was locked up. I believe that's at 9/16/27, but we can.
Okay, but there's also the discussion about him allegedly setting up someone for a robbery.
Correct. That-
Okay,
it was always like
so
9/16,
my objection is to all that, just so we're clear.
So I think that the state's going to exclude that.
Okay.
Is that correct, Ms. Hilton?
Yes, I believe it goes up to 9/17/20. The next part we will pick up on is the types of car that Shannon has, or Shannon's girlfriend has a red car and Monty had a Pontiac. That's
Okay.
what we'll pick up at.
And number 19 kind of piggybacks on that. And now this is the same person who heard target on their heads when it was turbans on their heads. So I may have heard this wrong, but to me it sounds like on
It's turbans. That we
right. No, that was a different tape, but I'm just saying sometimes my hearing isn't the best. But in this particular tape, I hear them talking about Shannon's girlfriend at
Which section are you talking about now?
it's 24340.
Well, it's 9/17/27 through
9 what?
9/17/27 through 9/17/56.
Oh, yeah, right. I'm sorry. I'm
and
going
then
by my things.
Page
And what's the page reference, madam?
291, line 24 through page 293, line 14.
And they're talking about my client's one of his friends at the time. I think her name was Niqua or Neek, and they're saying Kenneth Copeland says, yeah, she's the one that steals clothes, is what I hear.
I don't hear that at all. I don't think she says anything about stealing clothes. What I believe she is talking about is they asked him what type of car what kind of cars do individuals have? He says, I know Shannon girl got a red car. Monte got a Pontiac. They asked him what color is the Pontiac. Kenneth says a gray one.
Can I hear it?
Sure.
And just to be clear, I don't have any objection to the cars
Yeah,
part.
I don't think he says anything about clothes, but we can just play this section.
All right.
Yeah, I just got caught up in the time for me to shine, caught in the bullshit, man. No, sure. I know Shannon girl got a red car. Monte got a Pontiac. Nico, what color Pontiac Monte got? A gray. Nico got she got a black Impala.
Who got a black Impala?
Nico, Shannon girl, like one of the girls Shannon messed with. What's her name? Nico. She still clothes. Nico? Nico. She related to boy.
She sells clothes.
Oh.
Play that one more time.
She related to boy.
I think she says she sells
She still
clothes.
clothes. Nico. She related to boy. Oh. Man, how y'all hang around boy and everybody see the boy this? Shit, who would do that to him? He's funny as hell. Boy is funny as hell.
I don't know what he says.
You get the back 5
No, can you play it?
Sure. Let me,
But just that section, just that little part, but I think,
Boy, and everybody say boy snitch. Oh, y'all funny to me. Y'all too old for this shit. Yeah, I just got caught up in the time for me to shine, caught up in this bullshit, man. So. I know Shannon girl got a red car. Monte got a Pontiac. Nico, what color Pontiac Monte got? A gray. Nico goddamn, she got a black Impala.
Who got a black Impala?
Nico, Shannon girl, like one of the girls Shannon messed with. What's her name? Nico. She still close. Nico? Nico. She related to boy. Oh.
oh,
Man, how y'all hang around boy and everybody say boys?
so we can cut out that part.
okay.
I gotta see what the timestamp is, but we can
Okay.
cut out that sentence.
All right.
And that,
So we'll cut out the she sells or steals or what, yeah, but I think she says she sells clothes, so. All
I
right.
don't want to imply that Nico.
No,
So I just
no.
wanna-
So I think it sells, but
Okay.
do you hear, Chris?
It's,
Okay. I think it sounds like sells, but yeah. All right.
and that's all I have
Okay. All right.
for this statement.
All right. Anybody else? Mr. Apt?
Nothing wrong.
Mr. Matthews?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. D. Williams? Mr. Garner? All right. All right, folks, let's take 5 minutes to take a comfort break and come back and talk about the other interviews, okay? Okay. All right. All right, councils. We still have the February 21st of 2015 and the June 10th of 2015 interviews, correct? Yes, sir. Okay. All right. So, how long is you said the February 21st is 3 hours?
Approximately.
Have you all identified those particular areas like you did today that need to be discussed?
We received from Mr. Shard the areas that he would like redacted, and we're prepared to move forward on that.
Have you sent the defense your redactions yet, madam?
We did. We sent them both February 21st and June 10th. We have not heard back from the defense regarding our redaction. Other than Mr. Shard regarding his portion of what he believes to be should be redacted, but we have not received any feedback on the areas that we've identified.
I think I believe that regarding the defense's response to the state's proposed redactions, I don't know if it's unanimous. And so I've shared my thoughts with the state. I believe that other counsel, in a similar way, a lot of what the state is seeking to redact goes into investigations and the way investigations were conducted. And Mr. Copeland's talking about other alleged crimes as well. There's certain things on the tape that show the type of police work that was done, and I believe the inherent unreliability of what Mr. Copeland says based on what is on those tapes. So I think that's going to be the general view from the defense about the redactions that the state is seeking. I will, in all candor, the court, some of the excerpts involve a detective. I believe her name is Lewis. Is that correct? Yeah. Detective Lewis, regarding a murder involving, or alleged murder involving an alleged suspect that goes by CJ. I don't know how that case was resolved, but Mr. Copeland has asked about that. He's also asked repeatedly about the February 20th shooting by investigator Gaither, and he's shown photo lineups, and I think the defense wants to get into some of the police tactics that were used in that, in the questioning of Mr. Copeland about that. But I have specifically identified certain excerpts from the statement or the interrogation that relate to my client that I believe need to be redacted.
Okay. Mr. Steele, are you similarly, or Mr. Adams, are you similarly situated? I'm going to ask each counsel that.
We collaborated and Sharp sent all of our information to the state.
Okay.
I believe after conferring with Mr. Steele
Bless you.
that his
redactions is inclusive, unless someone else speaks up, of the proposed redactions for all the defense members.
Mr. App, do you have any other redactions? Mr. Matthews? Ms. D. Williams? Mr. Garner? All right. Okay. I tell you what, we'll just tomorrow morning, if you could be here for 8:30, we'll work a few hours, probably cut the day at 11, be somewhere around 11 is what I'm thinking about, and we'll just get done as much as we can in regards to the February 28th redactions.
21st.
I'm sorry, you're correct, February 21st. I also will discuss with you a couple of things for scheduling for next week to see whether or not we need to bring in our jurors at all, or whether or not we need to release them, because we still have a little bit more work to do. And it is my intent tomorrow to talk with you all about, Ms. Weaver is about finished with the June 10th transcript, ex parte transcript, and we'll need to talk about that, okay? All right. So, just general, we'll just talk about that. I need to kind of set some parameters and set some time. So, we're just going to continue to work through as much as we can. We'll probably have a day and a half worth of work, but I just need to figure out whether or not to call in our jurors or not. More than likely, I probably will not, but we'll pin down that stuff tomorrow so they can be notified. And I'll talk with you globally about the first few days of July, because we have the 4th is on a Thursday this year. So we customarily take off the 4th and the 5th, but it is likely that we will probably work Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, given what we have, what we have to do still. So I'm just kind of telling you all that. I'm giving you the heads up at this point in time. Ordinarily, I would have taken that time, but we've got a lot of stuff to cover, a lot of ground to plow. So it's kind of the rough schedule at this point in time. All right? Okay, anything else at this point? Yeah, let's try, 8:30 is ambitious, Mr. Matthews, but if you could all be here by 8:30, we could start at 9 o'clock, okay? So, because it depends upon who else is, if there's other delays or anything like that. But if we could work a couple hours tomorrow, and then we can kind of talk, or at least a little bit, and then talk about some of the other scheduling for the week of the very last week of June and the very first week of July, that would be, we could at least kind of see where we are with that, okay? All right. Anything else? All right, we're in recess. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're good?
Yes, ma'am.
If you need more time?
No, ma'am, we're good.
Okay. Most of the jurors want to come out for sentencing. They have agreed to talk with the attorneys if it's back there. If y'all want, if either side wants to talk to them, they will talk with the attorneys. I'm going to instruct the press that none of the jurors want to be contacted, filmed. You're under court order not to film them. You do not have their names. That's why we went by numbers in this trial. And they do not want to speak with the press, and they asked me to tell you that. So as soon they are lining up, they're getting their phones and lining up, and then they'll be in here.
Judge, when Investigator Perkins stepped back in the room, she had stepped out to present the guy.
Certainly. Sheila, will you just check? They were getting their phones back, so it may take just a moment. We are ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to begin the sentencing phase.
Before I make any comments, Judge, the family members of the victim's family would like to speak and give an impact statement to the court. I'd first like to call up Ms. Jasmine Perez.
Will you pull that microphone down, please?
Ms. Perez, you can tell the court what you'd like.
My name is Jasmine Perez. Susana was my little sister. First of all, I just wanted to thank everybody for working on this case. All we ever wanted was justice for what happened to her. So I want to thank her for that. I mean, nothing will ever bring her back to this day. I still hope that I'll see her again. Sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry about.
I just ask that he receives the maximum sentence because no family, no mother, no father, no one deserves to go through this. No one deserves to go through what he went through.